it makes the point, right? Like, oh, she's always blaming America. This is what the George W. Bush Republicans post 9/11. This was their brain-dead reply to every single left-winger who would criticize their foreign policy. Oh, you're the blame America first crowd or something like that. Yes. Vladimir Putin did invade Ukraine, and that was wrong. He should not have invaded Ukraine. The United States of America is not clean in this invasion game either. And over the last 20 plus years, we have had wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Yemen. Every last one of them was sold on lies, has resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people, has cost trillions of dollars, and has left the area worse than it was before we invaded, or before we had, backed
Dave,
the
I
invaders.
agree with a lot of that. Dave, I agree with a lot of that. But I know, Dave, I agree with a lot of that. But Tulsi Gabbard
but let me
said,
finish the point. We'll see if you agree.
we're every bit as bad as Russia. Do you believe we're every bit as bad as Putin? Every bit? That's what she said.
Well, listen, Joe. Okay, that's fine. What instead of just like it's this emotional game? Who do you think's worse? You tell me the metric. You tell me the metric.
No. Why would I have to read somebody's mind to know
and then I'll tell you
what they appear to be?
Defender of peace.
Not what they appear to be, what they identify as internally, what's in their own
of
mind.
defending peace and freedom. Yes, imperfect. Yes,
hold on. Listen, Pierce.
Yes,
Pierce.
we never said invaded Iraq. We never
Now filibuster because you don't want to answer the objection. Now, Pierce, our previous debate aside, I'll give you World War II.
Well, I would say murdering and jailing your political opponents. I would say rigging an election so you get to 90% of the vote because you punish people who don't vote for you. Blah blah blah. I mean, there are all sorts of reasons why Vladimir Putin runs Russia like a mafia boss, which is not how America's run. Now, you might argue, and I think you have a point, and I oppose the Iran war very vociferously. But do you think America runs around poisoning opponents in streets in Europe, for example? Do you think it rigs an election so that 90% of the people feel obliged to vote for someone, etc.?
Well, so here's the thing, Pierce, right? A lot of times, there's, in more primitive countries, there's a more naked form of corruption that is more brutal in a way, and is more, so yes, it's true that America doesn't resort to kind of some of these tactics. What America will do, right, like if we don't like the fact that, say, Yanukovych, the democratically elected president of Ukraine, decided he didn't want to join the European Union, instead wanted to do a partnership with Putin, no, we won't poison him, but we'll just foment color-coded revolution, overthrow that government, and install Victoria Nuland's new hand-picked members. Now, other countries who don't have the power to do that resort to these other tactics. I'm not supporting any of it. I think all of it's wrong. But let's be honest here. I mean, like, America has been the most war-hungry country in the world over the last 25 years. And why can't we admit that?
Dave, can I just have one real quick question? All the mistakes we've made aside, is America a force for good around the world, yes or no? A force for good?
I think this is a childish, simplistic question. We are a force for good and a force for bad. These wars, listen, Joe.
Are we generally a force for good around the world or not?
I'm answering your question. See, the problem is, it's just so stupid. It's just, yes, it's, listen, this is,
will give you away.
From the eyes of the viewers, like they would believe that I'm a nun, right?
You point to the authority of the church there, and all I'm saying is that for your internal identity, you are the authority that only you can articulate. For your how you express etc. Letting everybody finish.
Oh, Mel, come on, you can go on. Stop. They still have the authority.
That's then the thing on this. There's
Hold on. They still have the authority.
nobody wants to answer it.
Reasoning, deduction, and all of those things, and blah 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 blah. To say, oh, that's right.
Yeah, you said you're a nun, Sarah. You said you're a nun. There's something we can refer to. That's why Jinnah God referenced every word we use, there's a thing that we use for that word, right? There's a thing that the word stands for. But in this case, when it comes to the idea of trans, there's no thing that they can say woman stands for or that man stands for. It's just kind of whatever we want it to be.
That you make with gender. So this gender group does this, and the other gender group does this. Since I do this, I'm going to go with the gender group that does more what I do. That's the reference.
Why would anybody care what your gender is if it's not like there's reasons to care what your sex is as the actual group, but if gender is just how you feel, if it's that, why does it matter?
We're figuring out what it means.
I mean, do you wear dresses and you go out on dates? No. To be treated differently if you went out wearing dresses. I would be treated differently. And it matters to people. I'm going to judge effigy right now. Okay. I think gender is like effigy is wearing a woman's thong right now. Gender is the same thing. I can hear it. I can hear it moving around me. Just in the seat. And the water just maybe. It's a piece for you, isn't it? Yeah, it's nice. That's just in there. It's heavy.
So I just have a real quick question for Melanie. I just want to know how many
I don't really know. I've never checked. I'm going to assume out of statistical probability that's only one. May I ask you something? Let me ask you something. Let me ask you. How many X chromosomes does it take to express the genes on the X? How many X chromosomes does it take to express the genes on the X chromosome? Yeah, because the X chromosome is made up of various genes, you know this, right? Clearly, because you're talking about genetics.
To show clearness.
I mean, I know that
XX or XY.
Can I just ask you a question, Melanie? Confused about your gender when you were younger. Did you have a father in your life?
I didn't really say I was confused. I would just say I was
Hold on. We were going to get an answer.
and I want to answer. So I wouldn't say I was confused. I knew that I wanted to identify with girls. I looked up to girls. I wanted to be like her, quote unquote. But at the end of the day...
No, I asked if you had a father in your life. You're dodging the question, mate.
Yes.
Well, and I won't.
But how did you know you were the same as him?
That is personal.
Felt like it wasn't the
I
same.
don't want to answer.
Well, Mel already did.
You know, I don't mind it. I think it's important to understand that stories of trans.
So why didn't you know that you were the same as your father? Like, it's pretty simple. Like, when I was a kid, like, I see my mother, and it's like, oh, I'm different than that. And I see my father, like, I knew that when I was a kid. How didn't
Like
you?
that torture instead.
That's
That's just not the way you think it should be.
It's independent, right? Like, for like a cis normal guy to come up there and be like, wow, I had a completely different experience. That's not even a real term. It's literally created so that people can call straight people sissies.
Not true. It's
Look
a
it up.
prefix. Long use Latin prefix.
Well,
You want-
and
No,
I
it's
will
not.
say,
No.
Mel,
Trans means that it's changed.
let me say,
Just gave scientific
I
information.
respect calling you her and she because that's what you prefer. I'm a woman, not a There's
Okay, so
no
the
ifs,
reason we-
ands, or buts. Now, I'm not offended by it. I'm not offended by it. What I will say is I always respect so I kind of expect the same in return.
Right, so if you call a woman such like that, the reason we need to make these distinctions is because if I'm talking about all women, I would include trans women in my lexicon. If I need to make the distinction between trans women and
But
the
I don't need
opposite,
to be
let me
distinct.
Yeah, you make the distinction by trans woman, woman.
The only thing that
Let
I
me
need to
finish.
be
I'd be like,
distinct
no,
by
because you're wrong.
Why are you always so disrespectful to both?
I want to hear why you're wrong. Okay, so it's time to hear why you're wrong.
Oh,
Melanie
said
I
that.
didn't
Yes, prefix says is the direct opposite in terms of linguistics. If we grant them, all we're saying is that people who aren't trans. That's
Yeah,
all that
you
means.
just say woman.
Scientific
Trans is the
naming.
distinction. Trans is the distinction. There's woman and trans woman. You want to add this in so that you can make it seem like trans women are the same as women. It's not.
And there's an exclusive form here, and if I'm
Well,
talking
Mel.
about a more group, I need a way to designate them from trans people.
I am designated as a
Y'all have
woman.
kids, y'all.
That
Yes.
is what I'm
Don't
saying.
have
It is
kids.
The term
when
male,
cis first
female
started-
are exclusive.
When did they first start using subcategorization, right? Like we're getting up and over a subcategorization over a thing. Right? Yeah, they don't use it.
I agree, it really is.
Cisgender wasn't even used until when? When was the first time it started to be used in this mouth?
Did you say we're getting up in arms about categorization?
No, the phrase cisgender. When was cisgender first started to be used?
Gender was used well before that.
When was it coined?
Cis,
Cisgender. When was cisgender coined? 1994.
okay, cool.
1994. When was transgender coined? Well, these guys invented a term that wasn't invented until 1994 before it was invented. That doesn't make any sense. Wait, so your argument is that words get everybody used, so therefore we can't use them. No, my argument is that the term cisgender was created so that people could get away with calling straight people cis. That's literally why it was put into use. And you guys want to sit there and use it without actually knowing, and then sit there and act like you're fucking smart, and that you know something somebody else doesn't. It makes you feel special, just like the whole "I'm this gender, I'm that gender" makes you feel special.
So it's where that Trippy evaluates these things based on how familiar a word sounds. Because if I said pre-cum, he would immediately accept that as a word, right? But if I said post-cum, all I'm doing is changing the prefixes there, so there's an obvious thing that I mean, which is after.
You're adding a post to something that you need.
All you have to do is use your brain to figure out how opposites work.
No, yeah, opposite. This is the opposite for you, Melanie. Woman, trans woman. Opposite.
What is on my
Pardon me
head?
for just a moment. Michael President Big 20 says you own this, sister, and yes, I will now be only referred to as Sister Sarah, the nun, going forward.
What
And
is
just
on
for
my
the record, I'm
head?
actually devoting my entire life to God, and yes, and the wayward pose is beyond me. No, I severely have an issue with the idea that women not change anything about themselves, and in fact they accept everything about who they are and where they are and their, femininity and their gender and their organs and their periods and all of the shit that women have to go through. And I feel like a woman and you shit all over the concept of being a woman, and you delimit it down to this mere concept of now they're going to throw another 3 letters in front of it and make it something that like we have to separate you. No, we are separated from men and the majority. There's no other particle of separation. There's no other degree of separation, right? We are a woman. That is what we are. You will refer if you're demanding, and I can say this, make that demand, right? You make the demand that I accept you. You are best friend for me. Fuck out if you want it. I'm born a woman. I mean, I'm born exactly this way. I have nothing about me, and I demand that you accept me for how I was born. Especially if you demand that I accept you for who you
So,
and Michael Arnold, pardon me, Michael Arnold coming with another 10. Yes, that's
I'll
awesome.
let the misinformation stand.
Hey, is Sister Sarah spelled with a C?
Yes.
No.
So you said that women don't try to change themselves, so what about plastic surgery? Like what about those Brazilian butt lifts?
I'm talking about, I'm not changing my genetic anything. I'm not
You're not
changing.
feminizing yourself, though?
They're not really changing you. It's
Feminizing
just
yourself?
emphasizing the
That
sexual
is
parts of their
emphasis,
body.
right? I'm
That's
still
feminization.
Not on, stop.
No,
I'm
it's
still not on
emphasizing parts
board.
they already have.
I'm still not 100% on board with like boob jobs and butt jobs, although I kind of wouldn't mind a little niche up top, right? But I don't find that to be I'm not taking things off that I was born with. I would be merely complementing, right? And I think
Yeah,
I'm not-
therapy is additive too.
Also with that, I'm not changing the way I'm being perceived and demanding people accept me as something completely different than what I was. I think there's a vast difference. I recognize with all plastic surgery, I recognize that. But I'm also not making the demand, right, that you accept me as something completely different just because I like if I got a boob job, somebody who knows me for having small tits says, Sarah got a boob job, but we're still gonna call her a itty bitty titty committee president, you know.
So Jenna,
that's okay.
You know my favorite movie of yours is? No Country for Old Men.
Why?
Because it's so fucked up.
Right, but I
Because
don't
it's so
think
fucked
that
up.
Such a fucked up movie.
I'm not
It's so, and even the end when it ends, you're like, what happened? The movie doesn't end. It's like
I'm not making
that
them go,
guy.
like to where we're culturally, like I can't
Superdog-
get a fucking email from anyone without
Superdog
like
is
a-
the last drive-in restaurant in the city of Chicago and
So I
has
think
been in business for 76 years.
and
We have car hop service 362 days of the year. My mother-in-law and father-in-law started the business back in 1948. We sell hundreds of thousands of super dogs every
So I just
year.
want to point out, I think I got a picture.
We just
Every
keep doing
time
the
that I
same
go on
thing
a ramble,
day in and day
trying
out.
to talk about the complexity of things. When you guys go on a long ramble, it's to emote, it's to talk about your personal feelings about things. And it's to get
Welcome to Super Dog, our family business. I'm Don, one of the co-owners. Come on inside.
Answers to.
Excuse me, hasn't everything that you've said tonight been about how you feel?
No. I refer to this time
I mean, I feel like a woman seems like I feel.
Every sandwich that we serve comes with fries. So the way the machine works is we put the potato in the chute, go forward, backwards, forward, backwards, and the potatoes come out, crinkle on all four sides. Our French fry slicer has been
Come to
with
bed.
us since we opened in 1948.
Unless you're really interested in this.
You go to bed right now?
No. I just want you in bed.
Want me in bed?
Yeah. I just want to lay with you.
Why?
I don't know, because I'm cold and I want to be comfy with you.
Because you're same?
What?
Because you're same.
Same?
Same.
Yeah, same. How do you always find ways to bring it always back?
Help them to fry better. Blanching is basically like carb cooking, and what we do is we take the potato and we're gonna put it in the shortening, and we're just gonna let it start to fry about halfway. We are looking for it to get soft to the touch, and then we're gonna bring them over to our blanch rack over here and hang it so that it will dry and cool down. If you cook the potatoes straight through, they're not going to get crisp as well as if they dry out a little bit, but these fries will be gone by the end of our lunch rush. It's 11 o'clock. We have customers waiting at the front counter. We're going to turn the lights on and open up for business.
Right. Now I have a totally different term.
All right, so we're in the kitchen here, and the kitchen itself is the original building. It's 12 by 20, so it's very tight and very small. We have a custom-made steam table. It was made back in 1948 when we first opened. It was designed by my father-in-law, Maury. We have 2 chambers for buns and 2 chambers for dogs. The chamber with the tag on it is so that we know that's the one that's cooking and getting ready. The one that doesn't have the tag is the one that we work out of. A traditional Chicago hot dog is steamed rather than charbroiled. Periodically throughout the day, we will need to add water to the chamber because the water will boil off. This order is for just 2 super dogs. We use the traditional Chicago condiments, golden mustard, the bright neon green relish, the white chopped onions, kosher pickle spear, hot sport pepper if you like. One is going to be just mustard and relish, easy mustard. and one
my
is going to be
question
what we
just
call
when is the
hold the
transition
pickle
finished?
with
When are you
peppers.
done?
So we call it hold
So
the pickle
this
including.
depends on what they want.
The boxes are made specifically for us to be able to hold the dog and the fries,
For the
and
most
it's
part, we can say
designed so
whatever
that
that
we
person's
can just
definition
pop
of
it
fast
against
food is,
ourselves,
whatever
and
we
it
do
will
now.
then lock
That's when
on the
it's
bottom.
done.
It's specially vented so that the steam that's in the box are able to escape so that it doesn't get soggy.
And up to 6 years for them to. With
And that's
surgery,
our first dog.
surgery happens
Our second
fairly
one
quickly
is
if
going to
you're
be
respect-
hold
there's a
the
lot of
pickle
things happening first,
including,
things
which means
that
no
take
pickles
years and
and
then,
with
you know,
peppers.
cross sex from one year to 2 years at least. As far as
Right.
Melanie,
as far as one more category, as far as like other surgeries like facial feminization, stuff like that, again, up to the person.
Getting
once
kind
they
of busy,
feel
the
like
switchboard
that,
will be
makes
ringing.
them pass.
Hiya, thanks for stopping. May I take your order, please?
My wife Lisa is the master operator of our switchboard. She is very enthusiastic about answering the switchboard, so she will be the one taking all the orders up there.
So,
and
cars
they say
pull
that
into our
breaking up
parking
with
lot,
them is
pull up to
something
a
that
space.
they're gonna
The
add
spaces
up
are all
things
numbered.
you do.
They're numbered for us.
Are
The
you a
cars don't know what
psychopath,
numbers they
or-
are, but we do.
Now we're talking about
Press the button, which signals
Yeah,
us
I'm trying to see
inside
if
that
you're
they want
logically
to order.
consistent.
The most important thing that we have to do, the very first thing,
Yeah, but
is
you
write
just said
down the
that if
space
you know
number.
something's hurting
Because we don't
someone and you
want
continue
space
to do
number
it,
6
you're
to
kind
get
of a
space number
psychopath.
26
So if you know that
We're
leaving
the
someone
only
is going to
driving
hurt
left
them
in
and
Chicago,
you still
really in
do
the
it, does
whole
that make you
metro
kind of a
area.
psychopath?
In the late
When someone
1940s
says
and
something
50s,
about
when my
themselves
parents
that you
started,
have no evidence
cabins were
of,
prevalent in
and it says
Chicago.
that the
person
Most
knows
homes
that
didn't
you
have air
remember them.
conditioning
But
yet,
you
so
also,
people were looking for
easy,
an
you
escape.
also don't
So people would
repeatedly
hop in
break
their
up.
car, get some air,
Well,
to be able
So
to
I know
enjoy
where they
dining
also come in
in
from.
their car in an
depends how many
outdoor
times
setting.
but yeah, we made the
Hiya,
orders.
thanks for stopping. May I take your order, please?
That would be kind of psychopathic.
He's a psychopath.
You would be
Not giving up
Sure.
I mean, it's
Sure, I've got a regular. Being the daughter of Super Dog, I've been here my
I
whole
would
life.
say,
My
I don't know
earliest
if it is or
recollection
it
is
isn't,
as
but
a very
you know
small
that
child,
some
about 4
husbands,
years old,
repeatedly
actually
mentally
sitting
torture
right
their
here
wives
at my
over
mother's
and kind
feet,
of like the
learning
fact
my
that
letters
they
and
were-
numbers. Then I began
So,
to
yeah, I
mature
guess it's,
and become their
it's similar
equal,
in
their
that
side-by-side worker.
I'm trying to kind of, understand everybody's side here. I
It's
understand one
12:30.
side better
We're in the
than the
middle
other,
of our
but,
lunch
you know.
rush, and I'm going to turn you over to my daughter, Becky Drucker, who's going to be your car hop.
I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm calling them real
Being my car hop, once the food's ready, I put it on a tray and bring it out to your car. And then once you're done eating, you flip out the switch on the speaker, Wendy, so that we know to come and collect the tray and the garbage. So I make that second trip back. Hello, how you doing today? The challenges of being a car hop, primarily the weather. We're open 362 days a year, and we're out here in all seasons. Strawberry shake. When people ask like how long I've been working here, I always say I've worked here my whole life. Growing up in a family business, there really isn't that delineation between work and life.
Can I ask
City's really lovely out here today. I would come here and my grandma would take orders on the switchboard and I would run them down and like throw them into the kitchen, and then eventually I graduated to like be the car hop and do all the other tasks.
All right. We're gonna try one more time, and then after that, I give up. All right.
This order right here being taken is gonna need 2 super cheesies. Aviana, when she's done
Your
taking
sirens.
the order,
He's
is
gonna
gonna
get arrested.
call it to the
And
grill.
just to
And then they're
confirm,
gonna echo it back so that she knows what she wants them to cook is actually what they're going to cook.
All right, that's fair. Let me.
Same as their
We've got another order for 5 super dogs here, everything, and 2 of them are included. So we're gonna take out 5 bucks
Well, I
right
just,
now.
as a first-generation American that happens to have brown skin, this question's for Melanie. Would I be allowed to feel like I'm white and I
The
identify
kitchen
as a
itself
white
is
man?
very
And also
small.
being
It's very
broke, I
efficient
really
though,
feel like I
because
ought to be
nobody
rich.
really has
Can
to
I ask
move.
Bank of America
We can
to
just
put $1
hand
million
things
in
to
my
each
account
other,
because I
back
didn't do
and
anything
forth,
to earn
and
it?
talk.
I mean, I
Our
feel
dog
like it,
man
right?
is kind of our quarterback. He's the guy pulling the super dogs out of the water. Been doing this long enough that not too much stresses us out. We just come every day, knock it out, and then we breathe at the end. From taking the bun out putting the dog in the boat and then making it, we're probably looking at about 15, 20 seconds. Cheesy's pair are going to be take one mustard pickle catch and one ketchup pickle. Great for a straw shake for the window and a chalk shake for the window.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Getting to be closer to 2 o'clock now. After the lunch rush kind of dies down, we're going to swap out with Lucas so that I can go do a little bit of administrative work. Trying to fit that in whenever I can. I'll be able to go place orders. Certain days I'll be payroll, make service calls, if we need something repaired.
yeah, but I'm talking
Any other aspect of life, where do we bend the majority to rule for the minority? Come on.
Who's arguing bending the majority?
Yeah, mate,
There are people that want to.
A lot of games can be a one and done. I mean, that doesn't have replay value for a mechanical reason, but you get the point. I mean, I'll go back to a lot of that type of game. But there's some games that's just not enough. In order to really get it, you gotta go through it more than once. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Range 10 video games you have to play twice to experience fully. Starting off with number 10 is Silent Hill 2. The thing with horror games, they're usually pretty short. There's not a lot of replay value built into the premise. They tend to be super linear, not mechanically complex, so a common method used by developers in this game to add replay value is to include incentives to play the game more. Expect a lot of horror games on this. It's just an unavoidable fact that a lot of these things have great New Game Plus modes and tend to include new content in them. I'm not just talking about new weapons and costumes, though that is a thing. I mean entirely original section with a story and new endings. The Silent Hill 2 is 3 possible endings.
Grace the
Who am I looking
Good lord.
Well, what I was getting at, kids can get over things when their feelings get hurt. Why can't adults these days?
I know, right?
Are they that much snowflakes? Like, what if we had to go to war or something like that? I don't know.
If someone was expressing more than just feelings, that they became depressed, which is more than just a feeling, or like self-deletion, then one way or another you want to treat that.
What if there's another way to treat people who are going through those emotions? As if, well, I have read a study. I can't find it right now, but Sarah was going to say something.
I kind of inquired the concept of feelings, right? You know, and if I feel this way, and I feel that way, and I feel this way, and if I always turn and force the environment around me to accommodate my feelings, right? That's a very self-centered, oriented concept. Or do I just need to fix myself and accommodate the environment around me? Majority versus minority. Because fuck your feelings, right? I say that all the time. Nobody gives a fuck about my feelings, and I don't give a fuck about theirs to a really high degree. Now, I'm very kind to people, and I'm towards it as much as I can, because at the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck. Why? Because nobody gives a fuck about life, right?
I have explained how it's more than just feelings. I have explained how gender identity is more than feelings.
What I'm saying though is like this is an individual problem, not a societal problem, right? If you as an individual are working through your feelings and you need to change yourself in whatever ways to make yourself feel better, look, I bless it. Do your thing. What I don't condone is forcing that out. What I don't, 100%.
I couldn't infer that from everything you said before. I just think
no,
you're trying to rambling.
No, 100%. If you want to dress up like a clown every day because you identify as a clown, fucking go for it. If that makes you feel good, go for it. Whatever. But what I wouldn't say, or what I wouldn't condone, is the force of that upon the environment around you. I think this is an individual problem, and you're forcing the acceptance of that onto
Here's the thing. An extreme minority cannot force the majority to do anything, right?
I think I have a good question.
But we have. That's why we have.
No. It's other people in the society accepting the things, right? It's not the minority. It's not this extreme minority of trans people forcing the majority do think. It's other people who are accepting that
It is
and
when the
becoming
only
a bigger section of the population, right?
It is when they're saying, yeah, it is when they're saying, I'm gonna end myself if you don't get this. Yeah.
I'm not saying a majority. I'm just saying like a lot of. I mean, it's left-leaning people, obviously, but a large group of left-leaning people have accepted these terms, these things, and so it's not trans people making them; it's those people accommodating trans people, and that's why it's growing. So I think the language of forcing
people that are saying they're gonna off themselves.
I'm looking for a 1 minute response.
Yeah, I agree with Speakeasy on that one. It's the psycho ex-girlfriend theory.
Circle jerk. Can we have some actual dissent?
I'm gonna hurt myself.
Like, no, how about you let other people talk without your little and then you get to respond, right? Like,
I really want to ask Sarah
when you do that shit.
Sarah, maybe. Do you think like when it comes to discipline?
Now I know the rules.
Now. So
that's all.
So let's disabilities, right? They're a minority. You accommodate them in society. When you deal with a wheelchair ramp, when you deal with a wheelchair ramp, do you feel like that's being forced on you?
Yeah, see how annoying that is? Stop fucking doing that.
Stop it.
So, again, I have a question for Sarah. Thank you very much. We accommodate people with disabilities in society. They're obviously a minority.
Stop the door.
That we do accommodate minorities. Do you feel like wheelchair ramps are being forced on you if you're grandpa?
Wheelchair ramps are an actual physical disability that they can't get up the stairs. They actually can't get up the stairs, right? That's
We're
common.
speaking ethically here.
And you
Is
as a
every house
person
built with
can still, you as a person can still walk up the stairs. You can still open doors. You can still physically reach down and pick things up. You can still physically exist in this world and do your things. It's just your feelings are different, right? And you expect people to accommodate your feelings.
No, it's not just my feelings.
Physical disabilities are a totally different stance, and I wouldn't recommend going down that path before you like insult somebody that actually does have a physical disability. It actually requires like a handicap.
Part of what I was saying,
maneuver, like blind people and shit.
Accommodating people in society doesn't manifest as it being forced on you. It manifests as an option.
Yeah, we're accommodating people that have no other choice, right? They're paralyzed. So it's either we put the ramps there or they literally have no option to get out of it.
This may be for the entire panel.
If we don't give kids, if we don't transition kids, there's no guarantee of this self-deletion that you keep letting the spew out.
There's the ability to reduce harm by giving them gender-affirming care.
Is there any other
guarantees?
Is there any other scenario where we enforce feelings other than this place?
No, we're not enforcing feelings. We're not enforcing feelings here.
It's not feelings that's being enforced. It's literally a delusion that's being enforced.
Right.
The delusion.
Like, is there any place in society where this type of thing is being enforced?
People say the delusion was when I thought I had to work with a boy to protect myself from violence because being too effeminate and get called gay and get maybe get Stop being delusional when I transitioned.
Believing that you're the Rick, hold on a second. Believing that you're the opposite sex is a delusion. Like I'm not.
No, I don't have the opposite reproductive capabilities. I believe I'm the opposite gender.
Okay.
Gender is not.
Gender and sex do the same thing.
Hold on. Gender and sex are not separate things. As much as you try to pick and choose when they are separate, gender affirming care is a sex change.
One is biological, one is behavior.
Melanie, I sort of agree with you there, man. Like, in your brain you are a woman, right? But your body's a man. And you can't change that, man.
So
I can assert
it's like,
hormone level.
You can't change it. You're born with, man. It's like me. Like, I wanted to be born with dark hair and tall, dark and handsome. But I'm a fucking ugly redhead.
Just stop taking.
Your hair, right? That's right. Give yourself the clap for that one. That's what you can dye your hair red.
Should we medically? We should definitely dye certain hair, give them surgery.
I reclaim my time.
Stand by.
reclaim my time.
Nolan comes in with this. Nolan comes in with the big two. He says, Dr. Johanna Olsen Kennedy, opinion of her mother. I don't know
wish I knew what that was. Maybe I'd have one.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
what
for
it
the
is.
person who said, whoever said the thing last, would you not agree though that like if you lowered your testosterone and increased your estrogen, your body would be feminized, right?
Man, I'll tell you right out, I have got some.
To a certain extent.
See, so
Those
I
are secondary.
Your hip placement wouldn't be feminized, would it? Your shoulder placement
all that
would
matters.
be feminized.
Literally,
What are you gonna do?
Options
It's
to
not
be.
the only
It's pretty hard
secondary.
to keep up.
I know it's not the only one, but you asked a general question, so I gave you a general answer, didn't I?
And the general answer is
What do you
yes, it
wanna
would
add?
feminize.
Would your face be more feminized? Could
Yes, actually,
Good.
fat in your
Good.
That's woman shading.
Necessarily,
You
though.
have more fat in your face
Not
as a woman. Actually,
necessarily. Could.
Yes, the answer is yes.
That's the problem here, Melanie. Everything on your side is maybe, could be. It's all fucking
Yes.
imagination.
Maybe you bring words in my mouth because you don't have
Human
to.
biology isn't a machine. You don't get one-to-one on every single human being.
Imagination.
Wait. Okay. Do we all remember Riley J. Dennis? No?
No.
Oh God. Anybody here? Remember that person?
What are you gonna say?
And Mel, imagine
They get their bones shaved on their face to look more feminine.
I'm 6'4". I'm 6'4", like now I'm over most people here. And I'm just drag, like, man, I've got the biggest chicken, like,
Well, hey, I'll make you a deal, okay? I'm 6'1", and I'm kind of like white Native American. I'll switch your bodies. I want to be a redhead. Always wanted to be a ginger.
Well, you could just identify as. Why
Don't
didn't you identify as?
Don't take the diabetes.
An
Dude,
old
I'll
joke
keep the
to give
diabetes.
is 2-month membership chat saying Kirby is unconscious and you're welcome to respond.
We all do.
I
you
think
guys-
there's just a general. I apologize. I think there's just a general like level of respect, right? And I can respect somebody who says like, "This is my place. This is what I'm doing." End of story. But you know, you do you, boo, whatever. But when I feel like there's like this force that's the owning around saying you have to accept what I am. You have to do this. You have to do that. Just like if I was walking down the street and I was saying I was a nun, and Flo State walks across the street from me and he's like, fucking lies, right? And he's okay with that. Like, I'm okay with him being okay with that and telling me I'm a liar, right? So
I'd be mad at you. I wouldn't call you out.
but you harass me.
I'd be like, those shoes scream slut.
Right. My point is, like, when you start kind of trying to make other people accept that as this is it, and even changing my categorization,
You're still.
You don't have a right to anyone else's worldview.
Right, and let me just voice confirm. Arthur Dye, is that you?
Yes, hi.
Hello, how are you tonight?
Good.
I haven't seen you on this panel before, but go ahead.
This is my first time on your panel.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up the title of this was Should We Allow Pain for Transition? And a lot of the argument tonight has been if someone's cosplaying as a female and if it's offensive to the rest of us and whatnot. But coming from a medical perspective, I find the process of transitioning medically very dangerous and having a lot of unknowns and risks to it. To start with, children around ages 11, 12, 13 have to be on puberty blockers. These are going to block the initial processes of puberty. These are drugs like Lupron, which have been used for prostate cancer, breast cancer. They have profound side effects while you're taking them, like mood swings, which could be very dangerous in a child who's already under mental health distress. They have very bad effects on bone mineral density, which they claim are reversible when you restart other hormones. They are not completely reversible, and that is a medical fact. 100% of these, 100%, I could just finish first, 100% of the patients treated with hormone blockers to prevent puberty are unable to achieve orgasm as adults. Many of them experience infertility. And so to be able to provide informed consent to a 11 or 12 or 13-year-old who's already mentally distraught. They have no idea what sex is or what that really involves at that age. To have them make the decision that they don't actually want to have kids or that they are okay with not experiencing orgasm as an adult is genuinely impossible. It's a decision that the parent's going to have to decide for them. Then they go on hormones such as estrogen and
it's gonna be
Let her finish, Mel.
You just can't stand other women getting the spotlight, can you, huh?
Okay, I'm
I think
using
you have 30 seconds to be done.
Women, right?
So once they're done,
this is more pretty wrong.
No, let her finish.
you can make any corrections you want, okay? Once they're finished with puberty blockers, now they go on estrogen or testosterone or whatever. And we don't know the long-term side effects of putting someone on hormones like this. We do know that things like postmenopausal hormone replacement therapy have shown very bad side effects, and it's no longer considered the standard of care to put all postmenopausal women on estrogen therapy for this reason. As an example, transgender women have a 46-fold increase, that's 46 times increase in breast cancer compared to men who did not undergo transition. We don't know the effects on things like ovarian cancer, testicular cancer, prostate cancer. We do know that they seem to have a higher risk of meningiomas, which are brain cancers. They appear to have an elevated risk of melanomas, which are skin cancers. But most of this stuff we don't know. We don't know their risk of heart, which we know that testosterone is associated with, or the risk of higher cholesterol, or blood clots and that type of thing, which are known risks in people taking testosterone or estrogen, progesterone for other reasons. So my real concern is if I had a child who was questioning their gender at a young age, I would be terrified to have them undergo things that could cause them really significant side effects medically in the future. Similarly with the surgeries, like to remove the breast, it's not done in the same way as a mastectomy where you can go back and reconstruct the breast. It's done to get the flattest chest possible where the skin is adhered to the chest wall, and it's not reversible if one day in their 20s they I actually want to go back. They can't. It's not medically feasible. There's no extra skin to do that anymore.
Not just that, they don't know what the puberty blocker
I've already answered most of this, by the way. I've already answered most of this, by the way, and people are clearly not going to give me enough time to respond. So we're mostly talking about the informed consent component here. That's what most of this goes on. We can get into unknowns as well. But with the informed consent thing, no, that is not how it's done for youth. With youth, there is a parent, a doctor, and the child's consent involved at all times. Yeah, that's too scary.
Adults are doing that to children.
Scary when you don't know what you're talking about. So when it comes to the unknowns, I mean, it is unfair at this point. When it comes to the unknowns, again, we would need long-term follow-up studies, and the only way to have that is to have clinical market trials where we do supervisions for red flags that occur in the population that's taking it long-term, because you can't have long-term clinical trials.
So you're experimenting on children, though, which is a protected...
First, we're eliminating all other possibilities that we can determine might be there, but once we've eliminated things and once it's no longer possible to predict any side effects, the only way to test for long-term effects in anything that we give kids is to see is to give a certain population it in the market and follow up on that. Look for red flags. You do market investigations.
Melanie, you know about the side effects that the puberty blockers are doing to their brains when they're underdeveloped?
You?
In that study? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I do. Because I've got children.
Has anybody ever heard of Dr. Kevorkian?
But I do.
Yeah.
But I do.
You're cognitive neuroscience? You're cognitive neuroscience.
No, I'm not a professional. Are you a professional?
Pardon me for just a moment. My name is Dr. Money. Jeremy Ryan King, Big Five. He says, please, Sarah, update your banner. It annoys me. The self-deletion hotline has been 988 for years now. Thank you. I have updated it. That was given to me a while back when we were channeling, and somebody posted that for me saying, based on the conversation, so I just went ahead and pinned it, but now we have a correct version of it. Thank you. And Dragon Stallion comes into the Big Five. Melanie, if I identify as a cop and wear a uniform, but I am not, should I be arrested for impersonating a cop?
So no, because cop is more gender, and the easy way to we got more questions.
Yeah, it was either like yes or no.
Well, it's easier to explain why not, but can you just yes or no and people can freak out over it.
Okay. And the trib one comes with a big 5. When faced with a trans person, I'm guessing that was trans person that passes, it actually isn't difficult to treat them like how they're expressing. Not passing is where it gets tricky. And with, he said to follow up. And with being an adult, it doesn't need to stay tricky. Just talk to the ones that don't pass and see if hate takes over or not. Be reasonable as possible.
Hey Melanie, is gender a social construct?
The expression of it in gender rules are, yes.
Yeah, so is it a cop is no, because Melanie said that it didn't relate, but it does, because a cop is a social construct, right? So it does.
Yeah, they're the same. It doesn't mean they're analogous.
Oh my gosh! I don't think you understand how analogies work.
Constructs, right about that easy.
But that makes
still, it's not a gender. It's not a gender category.
Laws of logic are universal. So
no, you're right. You're right that they're both. They're both. Whatever, I forget. But the problem is that cop is not a gender category. I already said the first time. I already showed that I listened the first time.
Empty your cup a little bit, Melanie. Listen to what people have to say. Maybe you'll fucking learn.
It's my argument then. You don't know.
Yeah,
you ask the same question every time. Like I have an argument against it. You ask the same question every time, like I have an argument against it, because you don't listen.
I'll give you the argument.
Just keep asking the same question every time. You don't learn anything new, do you? You don't learn anything new. That's your trick. That's how you win debates, by not learning anything new, right?
Are you scared or?
That's how you win debates, by not learning anything new.
I'm not scared, but I'm going to tell you both to shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Melanie, can you address my question as to a child having the decision made for them that they will not be able to experience sexual pleasure as an adult or will likely be infertile?
It doesn't get made for the
We're just gonna let the fucking Kirby go on and on and
but
on.
How do you explain that to a 12-year-old who's never experienced sex? That they won't be able to achieve climax.
The parent and so it gets explained to the parent and the child. And if you work in the medical profession, you understand it's the obligation of the clinician to express these things as well as possible and make sure that at least the parent in that scenario understands the risks. Now, you're right that not all these things are easy to understand. One of the reasons that we want to keep kids on puberty blockers for
you
as short
don't
as
even
possible
understand it.
Cross-sex hormones is actually because
so hard to understand the
facility,
people
but for like
no.
other sexual practices like sex for stimulation, sex for pleasure. That's what humans do a lot of the time. Keeping the ability to stimulate orgasm, all that stuff is very important. That's one of the best ways to do that, according to my research. I asked you for a lot of sources on these things, and if you could provide your sources in the live chat, I haven't checked, but if you could, that'd be really important because I have contradicting sources on a lot of the stuff you said.
I mean, my source, I spoke with a physician who personally prescribes puberty blockers and oversees transgender care. I'm a medical doctor myself.
I'm looking at literature reviews on these things, and there are some studies that show that that's possible. May I finish though? Yeah, may I finish? From the literature reviews I'm looking at that are clinically based, it shows that there are sometimes that can happen, and yes, these are possibilities, that this is what any side effect is a possibility. But for the majority of cases, a lot of these things turn out really well, and we're talking like 90 to 95% for most people who take HRT and stuff. So my point is that while I understand that there are risks and it makes sense to be concerned about that, the clinical setting also has a lot of ways to navigate. It's not the first time we've had to prescribe things to kids with risk.
The specialist I've spoken with who's done this for almost 20 years, 100% of her patients do not experience orgasm. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But then she that still doesn't explain the literature that shows that you can conserve that.
Not if they're taking puberty blockers for 2 or 3 years and then going on. It's different if you're going to just be doing like a sex change operation or something of that nature, and you're not messing with the hormonal development.
So I can't confirm or deny what you're saying. I can't confirm or deny what you're saying about your clinician friend. So I'm not going to try to refute that. All I'm going to say, though, is that the literature says it's a little bit more complex than that. and that might be some sort of anomaly that is just hearsay, and I'm uncomfortable taking your word for it while the literature says there's a bit more mixed data.
The other problem is that in terms of the data showing the benefit of gender-affirming care, in terms of reduction of self-deletion, the initial studies did show a reduction, although they were not well designed. But a lot of our larger meta-analysis now are showing that there's actually not that reduction that was initially seen. And so it puts a parent in a really difficult place. If you're sitting there, you love your kid, you want whatever is best for them, and you're trying to make this decision. Do I go with all this hormonal therapy that puts them at significant medical risk and a lot of unknown medical risk, or do I risk them, committing or self-deleting because I'm not going along with the gender-affirming care? And I really wish we would focus on the well-being of the children who are actually dealing with this, rather than just kind of name-calling, oh, you're social construct and you're offending me by cosplaying a woman and blah, blah, blah. A lot of that becomes just a lot of rhetoric, and it doesn't really address the people that are dealing with this. They're children struggling and parents struggling to figure out what's actually best for them.
So wait, when you say that, it's not decreasing the self-deletion rates, are you getting this from the CAS report? Because again, there's a lot of reasons to at least be skeptical about the CAS report, and that's one of the only reports I've heard recently that shows that.
I'm looking at the meta-analysis of the studies and the way they were designed.
Can you link that?
I would have to go dig it back up. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, yeah, so I'm looking at the literature review, which is admittedly non-meta-analysis, and I'm just not, I know how to read meta-analysis. I'm not confident with my skills in, analyzing them for myself and critically thinking about them, so admittedly you have that on me. What I'm seeing from the literature review, though, is that, A, there is, unanimously positive things. I am looking for one paper, and I should be pretty close to finding it, where they show that, basically the things that matter most are the clinical treatments, and especially for depression and suicide. For other things, no, sorry, that paper is talking about gender identity. Never mind, I just found it. But still, I have at least 3 or 4 papers that will confirm that there is plenty of evidence, even to this day, that the treatment can decrease those things. There may be mixed data, and that depends heavily on your methods. But I think what I'm reading from these literature reviews, they come away with the fact that the evidence for, because they also include meta-analyses, the evidence for it helping people is much stronger than the evidence for it not. And also worth considering is conversion therapy. We have lots of data on conversion therapy. It increases their depression, it decreases their self-deletion tendencies. You can't force people not to identify as something they already identify as, especially in terms of gender.
And I think it'd be one thing
if we were to,
wearing a dress or something and they're employed, but permanent medical stuff to them, it to me is a whole separate category. Things like clothing and your makeup and how you're presenting and whatnot is all reversible, and it's kids even who are not gender dysphoric experiment with their look and their makeup and their clothing type, and they may be emo or goth and all this silliness they go through as teenagers, and that's all relatively normal to a degree, but it's a whole separate thing when you start talking about permanent surgeries and permanent hormonal intervention on children who really can't consent to any of this stuff.
Well, that's also why we don't just put them on puberty blockers right away. We evaluate them. We also give them psychotherapy to treat any other possible reasons for these symptoms, such that if they were to improve to the point where they no longer have stress from the dysphoria, then we could say, well, then they probably don't need those things. One of the big things, though, is that let me finish. I'm talking to the clinician. I'm talking to the clinician right now. So one of the things as a clinician you might agree with me. Holy fuck! Can I please finish, Sarah? Because I'm trying to answer her.
Holy fuck!
Hold on,
I'd really like to hear Mel's explanation.
They are having a good dialogue right now, so I'd like to let them continue.
I want to pass this by you as a sanity check, even. You might agree that if we do one treatment with the least amount of risk, and that isn't enough, we might have to go to the next treatment with more risk. And so in this case, it would make sense for it to be psychotherapy 1, psychotherapy 2, psychotherapy 3. None of those really get rid of their gender dysphoria enough to relieve their distress. Well, maybe we'll consider HRT now. Does that make sense?
Yes, I know that's.
Aphrodite, if you may, BSR, can you voice confirm for me?
Yeah, I'm voice confirmed here.
Okay, no penises on. Shut up for a minute. God damn it. And thank you, BSR. I appreciate it.
You sound like you have one.
Back to Aphrodite.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, please.
Actually, you know what? I sound like I have one because I'm a fucking man. You're absolutely right. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I agree with Mel that the process should be certainly intense therapy for a child who's experiencing gender dysphoria. However, what a lot of them describe is actually not receiving any real therapy and feeling kind of passed along the pipeline into gender transition without really being given other options or having anyone really deal with their separate feelings of just depression or lack of acceptance, difficulty socially, whatever.
So I will point out there's a counter narrative that works against yours, and there's even a psychiatrist who have worked with trans people. I don't think they gave them HRT, but they approved them for it. And what they point out is that trans people feel like there's too many restrictions. So if anything, a lot of trans people are feeling worn down on the amount of psychoanalysis necessary. I'm kind of in between. I think like it's necessary to make sure they're not just like, it's not coming from a point of like self-hatred or stuff like that, but it's also, once those things are eliminated, once we've done as many low-risk treatments as we can, we have to look at the next point of escalation to help these people. We can't just let them despair, knowing that trying to make them live as the gender they were assigned at birth will cause them more despair. And again, just to reiterate, we get that from studies on conversion therapy.
And my point is, I just think that if you're 18 and over and you're an adult and you can actually make rational decisions and understand side consequences and risks of a medical procedure, which anything you do has, then sure, you should have the freedom to take whatever hormones you want, to get whatever surgery you want, and live your life how you want. But I have a real problem with having a child involved where they themselves really cannot make that decision logically. They're just not wired for it. And yeah.
What about everything up until the HRT? What about the social transition? What about the therapy that's not necessarily telling them to go back in the box, but it's checking for everything else out in there and really getting them to unpack how they really feel inside? Are you okay with that at least?
I'd certainly be in favor of giving them therapy to help them work out whatever feelings
do you at least agree with me? We can't also like try to convince them they're not trans. It needs to be a therapy that lets them explore that for themselves. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. I would probably have them focus more on their feelings of why they're upset with their body, why do they feel socially awkward, etc.
Oh yeah, you would do that. I mean like,
I don't know, getting them like makeup lessons or something.
I totally agree. I'm not even talking about affirming. I just mean like, the point of the clinician is not to put them back into the box. It's to help them alleviate anything that might be surrounding that proximal to their gender dysphoria, to see if that alone is enough to alleviate their gender dysphoria.
I think I agree with that, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I got to talk to you about it.
Thank you.
And
sorry for everyone else.
That's okay. Nolan comes with a Big Ten. She's a leading doctor and T-rights advocate who admitted to holding I don't know what all this is, a $10 million taxpayer-funded study on puberty blockers for U.S. children after finding no evidence they improve mental health. I don't know what all that is about.
Someone asked you if you knew the name of a doctor.
Yeah.
Early on in the chat, and I assume that's referring to that position.
I didn't at the time, but I still don't. Nolan, I don't know how you could send me like a YouTube video. Like, I feel like I just need more context on this in general, because like there's a lot of things that could be going on here from what I can see.
So let me actually just jump in really quick. Melanie Cosmic Fox said that there were
studies where people that have transitioned that they have a less likelihood of self-deletion. All I came up before was saying that that's absolutely not true. I think that you're totally wrong. Because
think that?
Yes, because according to the National Institute of Health, .gov, is that it absolutely changes nothing. That people who still
Who wrote that study?
National Institute of Health.
No, but who are the authors?
Are they not good enough for you?
It's a federal freaking account.
No, I know,
We're
but the
gonna
authors.
disprove the author because like a lot of the studies that you cited, I could say that they could be disproved just by the fact that they have a nose ring or pink hair.
Researcher's last name is Cass, and that's probably a study that's still very much being debated and not consensus at all, and probably has a lot of methodological errors, even though it's quite big.
Well, it's on the National Institution of Health website.
Yeah, so there's also probably a 40-page correction on it at the end, and that would be the only reason you would do that. If that's it, yeah. If it is a Cass report, he hasn't confirmed or denied it.
About a lot of the medical literature, there's a very big pressure and bias to push people to publish positive results or the results they're looking for. And if you publish a study that's kind of junk, you can't get it published. And so it is not uncommon in the medical literature to see studies that are very skewed in the way their methodology is done and sort of the evidence kind of covered up because they want the result to be more positive, the statistics done various ways. Like I've literally watched statisticians work with my own data, not on gender identity issues, on completely unrelated stuff like transfusions and blood management. But where they can like play with the data literally to make it look better or worse than it is, and it can become very honest.
Being a parent of a transgender child, like someone who wanted to be a child that wanted to do that, that would be like, why go down these routes of treatment that it could be like suicide for them? Like it could be doing bad things for them down in the future.
The right words, Louise. You are on a panel. There are specific words we like to use. And I'm gonna take a moment. I'm going to take a moment to say Michael Arnold comes in with a big five from Nolan R. No, scientists are covering up evidence that doesn't support their own ideology. Can anyone trust the data? And then Naomi coming in with a big five. This is like being explained biology from Rick Holmes. I love Lynn.
So if I were to read a list right now, of all of the medical societies that endorse treating gender dysphoria with HRT, I wouldn't have enough time to sit here. I can post a link in the side chat, but let's just say it's 20-something organizations, most of them you've probably never heard before. But at the end of the day, what it proves is that there is consensus in this, that you can treat these things successfully, and we should.
And can you just voice confirm for me, darling?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we're not going to show tits or ass or weird shit on the screen, correct?
Oh, no, I would never do that.
Oh,
no, easy knows who I am.
Yeah. How you been?
I'm okay. My mom passed away, so that's why I haven't been here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
But I just wanted to say one thing. I don't know, I kind of hopped in and I was listening like 3 hours ago, but I had to get some stuff taken care of. And so I just wanted to bring up, you guys had previously been talking about hormone blockers, and specifically the Lupron. And I just wanted to kind of put my 2 cents in because I am actually very familiar with this because of having endometriosis and working with a specialist to potentially take the medicine. And so my little 2 cents on this is, so back in 2014, I had a major surgery to have the doctor remove as much endometriosis as possible. And she said after that, my next option was either to start on the pill or to do the Lupron shot at the time, which I wasn't going to do. And the reason was because she said basically the way it works is that it would push me into menopause. But if I wanted to have more children, just because I start the shot doesn't mean when I stop it that I'm going to go back and start menstruating again and be able to have children. And so that's my big take on this now, pushing it for children, because as an adult who at the time would have been, you know, having my cycle for 20 years, the fact that my own body wouldn't go back to what it's done for 20 years, but yet we expect a child's body to do that has never, you know, even had a period or gone through a cycle at all. I know that coming from an actual doctor, that she couldn't confirm that is what could happen. That basically once they shut the faucet off, just because they go and you stop taking the shot, doesn't mean that faucet is going to turn back on and work like it should. And so that's just my 2 cents when it comes to, I don't think that children should be on puberty blockers, because if an adult can't go back to how they used to be after 20 years, how are we to say that the child's brain is going to reconnect the way it's supposed to and communicate, you know, as a female, say to like their ovaries and start going through a cycle? It's just, there isn't enough studies to show that it would do that.
Well, again, I pointed to a list of medical organizations that said it would help. I also do have studies on trans youth treatments. But I want to say, like, your concerns about Lupron are valid.
On trans youth? So this is kind of my...
Can I please respond to her? Can I please respond to her? Can I please respond to her? Can I please respond? Yeah, I know I am. Okay, you're going to keep talking because you don't want to hear the answer.
Horses, let the response come in, and then we move on.
So your concerns about Lupron are definitely valid. One of the things to point out is you didn't necessarily, and I don't want to ask, but you didn't necessarily point out if the inability to have cell reproductive function was caused by the surgery for the endometriosis, which I do understand, or if it was the T-blocker. So the doctor confirmed that for you?
Yes. So the whole reason to potentially think of using the Lupron was because of the fact that it would stop my cycle. It would basically, the easiest way to put it that she explained to me, the brain stops communicating with my ovaries, I stop having a cycle, and then because when someone has endometriosis, when they have their cycle, that's when the endometrial lining starts to grow and spread and everything like that. So if you disconnect that connection, then you're not going to be growing that endometrial lining anymore. And it just pushes you into menopause. But what she said to me was, do you think you're done having children? At the time, I was like 31 years old. And I was like, you know, I don't know. I have one daughter. I don't think I'm going to have more children. But as soon as she said, well, I cannot guarantee that once you stop that shot, that you're going to go back and have your cycle like normal, I knew right
she
then and
can't
there that I
guarantee
was...
it, right? But you could.
Right. Yeah, but here's my point. So you're okay with having kids go on the Lupron shot so that they can just basically stop their body from progressing like it naturally should, in hopes that it could go back if they change their mind?
Well,
because that sounds like a really dangerous way to, you know, push it towards a child, saying, oh, well, if this doesn't work, you can stop the shot.
One of the things we're not considering is that this will all take place while they're in adolescence, and so their body will be ready to do puberty whenever they start cross-sex hormones come off those T-blockers.
How do you know that?
Because that's what we see. And
how long are
that's only what we see in the case of precocious puberty. Stop the lies.
Exactly. Thank you, Speakeasy.
From precocious puberty, and you're using, and they don't take trans for a year and a half. Stop the lies.
Also trans kids. So just because you see that in precocious.
Nope.
Okay.
Show those studies then, if it's for trans kids too, because you know they're lying right now.
So as I stated earlier, it is medical fact that infertility is a problem for trans patients that have undergone puberty blockers followed by hormonal therapy.
Well, just look at like
desist. They don't desist, and they won't have reproductive function unless they get sex reassignment surgery anyways.
Okay, but what about somebody like Blair White, who went off of her hormones and everything like that for the last 2 years, so that they could try to have enough sperm to potentially have a biological child down the road? For 2 years, they were off the hormones, everything, and
like
never got enough of a...
I'm sorry,
I think that there have been trans men who still had a uterus that wanted to have a child and did successfully have a child.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Not those who had undergone puberty blockers as children.
Right, so this is why it's not an easy decision, and we give the child time to make the decision while they're on the puberty blockers. But this is also why we don't want them to be on puberty blockers until they're 18.
Make the decision.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, though.
Because it takes the decision of 3 parties. Speakeasy, it takes the decision of 3 parties. The child,
No.
the parent, and the doctor. Not just one, all three.
But you just said that you don't want to have them on puberty blockers till after they're 18. I didn't hear you say that at all during the debate with Speakeasy.
They would never be used.
That's why we
they
want
would
them
never
to start.
use that
That's why we
long.
want
They're
them
used about 2 years.
Please. That's why we want them on cross-sex hormones sooner rather than later.
Hit them while they're young.
No, because that's what puberty works. That's just how puberty
It would
works.
be medically dangerous of a child on puberty blockers from ages like 12 to 18. If you look at the side effects, which Bruce was kind of alluding to with Lupron, they include things such as, aside from just the bone mineral density decreasing, cause severe migraines, and also cause elevated intracranial pressure, elevated brain pressure, basically. Nausea and vomiting are very common side effects from them. They can work with diabetes.
We do this one by one because with the intracranial pressure thing, what they found actually is that you probably would have had intracranial pressure anyways. It was within the normal levels that you see in any population.
Either way, at the end of the day, though, there's no guarantee that if somebody makes this decision and they go on, say, if they go on Lupron, that if they change their mind, you can just stop it and they're going to go back. Just think about it.
There are plenty of literatures I can point to that call it reversible for a reason. There's some that try to make the case that it's not reversible. We're talking about very fringe chances here.
Why is that when you look at the patient handouts, it's like, oh, it's reversible. When you actually go into
Yeah,
the
for the
medical
majority of
journal
people who don't have side effects.
and look into the description of the drug within pharmaceutical data and then the literature, it is not entirely reversible.
But the literature doesn't tell you what the odds are.
Melanie, it's
It's not how the body's like it's
Melanie, it's actually fucking crazy that you are telling our podiatry actually works in hospitals that she's from. That's just fucking crazy to me.
I mean, I'm using. I think I'm being
Just a
reasonable.
heads up, if anybody
but
is
whatever.
kennel squatting, if anybody's kennel squatting, we have no more to add to the conversation. We do have people waiting backstage.
FG, quick, I need you here.
Got it. It's like I can jump up and just leave each other.
I'll get in. I'll get in.
Good sir is a nice way of saying, get the hell out. You gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
I can step down too. I just kind of wanted to bring up the very real medical side effect and my concern for the children that are involved and even adults that are involved. At least they can make a more informed decision if they really want hormone therapy or surgeries or something. But I just don't see how a child can realistically make that decision. And when you listen to some of the transitioners, they're very upset. They feel like they didn't have adequate information given to them or adequate therapy given to them when they were young before making those decisions.
Okay, so the people who were trans and didn't get to transition because of these things are also upset. So I guess we're weighing emotions versus emotions. If you're gonna go, I just want to say I hope you're in Sarah's Discord and that you feel like you can reach out to me with these questions and we can actually start throwing some links at each other and talking about them more directly because it's kind of hard on here. Because I am curious what you can point me to and reading it and then seeing what else is out there. I will agree that there are things on this that I might be wrong about or taking for granted. I'm still not convinced because I'm 99% certain I've seen literature that says otherwise, but it'd be easier to get into that in like a more direct conversation if you're okay with it.
Sure, yeah, I don't think I'm in Sarah's Discord. Maybe she can send me an invite or something.
Can we link that for her in chat?
Yeah, I know the
To me, it's kind of fun to like discuss it philosophically and what's a social construct and all this stuff. But I genuinely feel for people who are struggling with gender dysphoria, even as adults, and trying to make those type of decisions. And I think sometimes it can be kind of fun for the conservatives to come and kind of dunk on you, Mel, because, they want to make a point or Andrew wants to blast you or something. But I think coming at it with a little more care and concern for people who are doing this and talking about what are the very real side effects. I mean, there's a whole field of medicine now opening up for transgender individuals because a lot of this is unknown. We don't know how to best care for people who've undergone all these hormonal treatments or who are currently on them and what the risks of that entails and what we should be screening them for.
Sorry to interrupt. May I point out?
Finding more and more. Yeah.
You said that there's a lot of unknowns. There is one thing that we know, and I'm sorry to say this again and again, is that conversion therapy does not work. We cannot try to put people back. We have to accept them for who they are, in one way or another. Even if it's not giving them hormones at a certain age, you still need to help them socially transition. You still need to let them live their lives there. So I agree with you that there are a lot of unknowns, but there's also things that we definitely know, and we can't keep making those mistakes.
What metal did you know?
No?
Hold on. Arthrodia, I did drop it backstage before, and it is also linked on my About Me section on the channel.
Trippy, you have inspired me to transition my Furby into something with a little bit more degrees of freedom to it.
You should be a little deeper.
I will say, your Furby, you're female presenting, right? Your Furby could have a little bow or something.
On panels, I'm not necessarily concerned about how feminine I come off, so it's kind of an expression of
I'm just using. It's all good.
Okay, you got me there. I took it personally.
Hey Melanie, I have a question for you.
Okay.
When I was listening earlier, so I heard a couple things, so I just wanted to clarify. One of the times you had talked about that you were okay with, say like a mastectomy or something like that for like 14, 15-year-olds, but then later you were talking about how you were not okay with surgery until they were 18. So I just wanted you to clarify that, because I went back and I listened to both things, and I was a little bit confused.
There was a bit of I was talking in two different senses there. So for like the bottom surgery specifically, it's past 18. The only reason we do mastectomies is if they already have breast growth, of course, and then we know that they're not going to want breast later on. But that's usually around, like I said, 15 or 16 anyways. So
don't you think that's still way too young though? I mean, we're talking
16?
like yeah. I mean, you can barely drive, if at all, yet. And you're talking about giving a child I'm just shocked that you think that a child at 15 or 16, when I think if you look at a lot of us growing up,
think they lack?
Making a permanent decision.
You mean long-term planning?
Yeah, I'm talking about chopping your breast off. Like,
so don't we have responsibility around that time? Doesn't that rely on long-term planning?
Say that again?
Like, we expect them to take on responsibility for them to understand long-term consequences. So,
no, 15 or 16. They're a child. They're not living.
Absolutely no concept.
15 or 16-year-olds have no concept of long.
Why is there an age of consent for sex, Melanie?
Oh boy. And Michael coming in with the big 5. Sister Sarah. Yes, I'm officially a nun now. I'm trying to be so good, but Mel blasting, come on. We're all thinking it. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate. Fair enough. Let me give a preface here. We are going to go for about 30 more minutes, and then we'll all give our closing thoughts. Okay? It's 2:20 in the morning for me, so I'm willing to run this until a hard line of 3 a.m. stopping point. So we'll go to about 2:50, and then I'll let everybody have.
This sucks.
We've got 30 minutes. I think that's a good amount to get the rest of this out.
So I just want to go into the legal aspect of this and the morality even. So I pulled up the U.S. code, and so the U.S. code 2256, it defines minors as anybody under the age of 18, and then of course with 2243 it mentions that sexualizing minors is a crime. So I'm curious about your thoughts on that, as to whether.
And why is the age of consent in 31 states 16?
So sexualizing children, that's anybody under the age of 18, those are minors. Should that ever be happening ever?
No.
Okay, then that's done. Thank you.
It's not a W, right? You're just asking me?
Yeah, because if you do surgery or you get involved with them sexually at all, and you're not even the parent, right? The parent is in charge of directing the children where to go more. That's why we have these.
That's why they're involved in the decision.
Right, and so they take them to the doctors, and the doctors make sure that they're okay with their physical body, but beyond that, it's not like a a mind switch thing that needs to be happening here.
Well, yeah, the mind's already switched.
Do you think that the parents should ever be looked into?
That's a good question.
Sure, yeah. If any red flags are raised during the process, that should be
Sexualizing them.
flags.
Well, do you think that when somebody brings their child in, because I think a lot of us have seen where just on social media lately, it's almost like your prized possession if all of a sudden you have a child that is transgender or gay. And so my concern with that is, depending on the type of doctor you have, because we all know that there's good doctors and there's bad doctors, but my concern would be that what if this child has been, brainwashed? We have seen it happen. I'm not saying that it's the majority, but I feel like all of a sudden, there's a larger crowd of children. Say that again?
Fair preface to you, Simon. We've all been on a really great topic. Don't come in and fuck it up with your stupidity, okay? I don't have the tolerance or patience for it. We know you may like to make it all about you. We're here for a bigger discussion.
You and Mel should start a panel together. You can talk the fucking out.
You talked more on before than I did when you were here.
Definitely didn't. Definitely did.
Okay.
How much you want to bet about that now? You willing to put up $500? I'll count the words on.
I don't have $500 for the life of me.
Okay, well,
I'll take $500.
I will take $500.
Look,
Right.
Speak. If
Does
I'm
he want to
right,
take the bet
I
that
can't
Mel
wager
knows
anything.
more than me.
His name
Alright,
is Easy.
Chuck,
We're donating any
stop,
amount of your.
Stop, stupidity. Chuck patiently waited backstage to get on here to have something to say, and I'd like to acknowledge that and grant him.
Yeah, so I wanted to give my perspective as a detrans male. I'm detransitioning because I have autoendophilia. Like I do have gender dysphoria, and I do feel more comfortable as a woman, but like sexually speaking, I feel more gratified if I were to pretend I was a guy. That's why I'm detransitioning, and yeah. I wanted to know your opinion on that.
So you went from male to female, now you're going back to male, correct?
Yeah, because of a fetish. It's the only way that gratifies me sexually.
So just to be clear, the detransition is because of.
Yeah, I'm detransitioning because of a fetish.
Okay, well, if that feels right for you, again, I can't tell you what's right for you. You said that you present as female in public?
No, not anymore.
Well, misunderstood. Yeah, people's individual path and stories are their own, and there is no right way to do it. I will point out that there's not a lot that we can take from your story to say about all the trans people who maintain their transition, because first of all, if we look at the reasons that most trans people give for detransitioning, we seem to be an anomaly, and again, I can't read your mind, so I'm not going to tell you this isn't true. But when we look at the reasons that trans people give, it's because of social pressures and not being accepted, more so than not feeling like they're actually trans, or because of what you said.
Mel, if you can't tell Chuck what's best for them, who's telling kids that transitioning is best for them?
So again, the point is harm reduction and giving them the options.
You want to answer my question? Or?
Yeah, no. Again, you've got it mistaken. Because that's not what I'm trying to tell Chuck. You've got it mistaken. The point is harm reduction, not telling people what to do.
Yeah. So who's telling kids that the most harm reduction is to transition?
Clinicians who have already eliminated all other possible paths.
So you can tell people what's right for them? Or
that's the job of a clinician.
I thought the kids...
How long do you think they should have to go through, say, therapy or something before they start trying to come to full pills and shots and all that?
Well,
So to answer your question...
Can we focus on the purpose, though? Chuck here expressed the concept. Shut up, Simon. Shut the fuck up. So Chuck here expressed the idea of transitioning back because of fetish, right? And that's where I kind of impose my questions. Like, if I can just change myself to be a lovely 5'9" brunette with big tits and an ass because I want to be that. And if it were that, but if that, oh yeah, you are a brunette, and you're probably 5'9". You are very lovely.
No, I'm 6'7".
Even better. Jesus Christ. So if
Even
I
taller than me.
wanted to appeal to a sexual concept, right? Or even like I'd love to be a 20. I can just like that. And that part kind of is where I find my heels digging in a little bit because yeah, I recognize women we could shut the fuck up, Simon. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate it when you jump on my panel. Just shut the fuck up.
Get that guy out of here. Get that guy out of my screen.
I probably will. It's not your screen, but shut the fuck up. So I kind of question the concept of like we're lacking a concept of acceptance here, right? And we're pushing the point where we're changing.
Do I
the
stay
bondage.
Sarah and tell her that this
Tattoo
is
is
a
like
troll,
a
or do I
permanent,
let her
right? It
just
can be kind of
keep
it's
going
still
with it?
permanent, but you're not changing.
One, to save Sarah. Two, to let her
But I
follow
still
through.
recognize the idea, like, if you're changing your biological functions and your hormones and all of these things in order to appeal to a sexual concept or a personal identity, like, at what point do we draw the line? Like, how much more can I change about myself just because I want to? And quick shout out to Michael coming in with the big five. Is it fuck you, speak for taking the words out of my head, jerk. And then Brood Mug Crab comes in with the big five. This is a public service announcement to remind everyone that Mel advocates for making porn accessible to underage children. P.S. Listen, check.
This is a public service announcement that Brood Mud Crab can't keep his name out of my name out of his mouth, and that he cannot steel person my argument because he doesn't understand it clearly. So the only way he can say that is through not understanding my argument.
Is that new? Steel person?
It's just an ungendered form of steel man. He's making the gender out of it.
I understand, Kirby.
I'll take the German out of. I mean, wait, never mind.
Take your face out of it.
German. I took my face out of it. I didn't keep that game on.
Were you competing with FG there for who was more Super Saiyan?
Well, I don't.
The
only reason I don't not believe that comment that came in from Rude Mud is because when you were on my panel, you said that 10-year-olds should be able to make the decision themselves. So, I mean,
for the porn argument or for
for sex. For sex. Remember?
No, I didn't.
Whoa, what do you mean no you didn't? Remember I pulled up a clip, we
I wouldn't give you an exact number. Remember, I wouldn't give you an exact number. You brought up 10, and then I said there's caveats.
I said 10, and then you said I think the parents should be able to make that decision for 10-year-olds.
No, the parents are the only people who can make the decision. That's what I said. The parents are the only people who can make the decision.
For a 10-year-old to have sex? You're wild.
Oh, stop it. Let's mind what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Back away
So
from
who else is making that decision?
Or speaking code.
Who else is making that decision? The law. Okay, right, but it's not like the laws are like peering over their shoulder. The only people who have enough time to make that decision.
Who makes the
only people who are around the children enough to enforce that. The only people who are around the only people who are around enough to enforce that.
Age of consent.
Okay,
I mean,
cool. The
we
ones
don't
that
hold
are
parents
around
accountable.
felony.
Wait a minute. No, that's not the law. Because that's not the law. Wait, I want to respond to what.
If they know about this.
I want to respond to what was said. That's not the
No,
law.
you need to answer. Stay on topic here.
Please, not you, and I'm responding to them.
Yeah, but
Please
I was the
understand.
one who brought it up because you
I know. You can wait your turn. I'll get back to you. So it's not the law because we don't enforce parents. We don't punish parents who
I was the one who brought it up. I was the one who brought it up.
Shut up. Speak easy. Get to your point, please.
Yeah, so
Shut up, Mel. You've literally taken over this whole panel this entire night. I thought it was pretty balanced when the debate happened, but then post-debate, you kind of just, like, you rolled a lot of it. So just sit back, relax, put your feet up, smoke a cigarette or something. Speak easy. No, shut up. Shut up. No, let's speak easy. Get to his point.
My point was that we don't let parents just decide. Like if a parent had their 10-year-old and another 10-year-old over doing things they, what word we would use? Carnal knowledge, okay? And letting them do it with each other in their house. Would you want the police to step in here, or you just think that's okay?
Before you answer that, James, can you voice confirm for me, please?
Oh, man. Jiminy James.
Okay, James, we're not going to show anything on screen, correct? No penises, assholes, titties, people fucking, nothing like that?
James, show us your titties.
Yes, ma'am. Vicky, you can confirm that he knows me.
Yeah, James is the guy you'll
He
let
also
me
knows me.
All right, allow the continuation of the conversation.
Yeah, if you could just answer that, Mel. If a parent was letting their 10-year-old and another 10-year-old have carnal knowledge in their home, would you want the police to step in here, or would you just think we should just let that go? The parents know.
It's more like Children's Aid, right?
Whoever, the authorities, right? If Children's Aid don't come by themselves, they come with police. But can you just answer my question?
I just told you, yeah, I want Children's Aid to step in.
You would want them. Okay, so then you do think we should decide that children shouldn't do this, right?
No, I just think that they're probably too young, and if it's too young, then that's when Children's Aid step in and decide.
It's too young, and what makes it too young? Here we go. Let me walk you down the line now. Don't deviate. What makes it too young?
Same answer as last time, so really try to wrap your head around it.
No, stop.
Yes, it will, because I'm being consistent.
Please.
The younger they get, the less ethical it is. The younger they get, the less ethical it is.
What is wrong with you? Stop it. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. If you want attention, just say, I want attention. We don't have, you're interrupting the audio right now with a fucking flame-throwing stupid shit. Now stop
that's
it.
who
Throw the fuck out.
That's where I remember Chuck.
Yeah. I remember now too.
Yep.
I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I totally missed that.
That's all I could hear. Was fucking flamethrower in my ears.
Yeah, what's going on?
I mean, I identify as a maniac too, just saying.
I understand people want attention and shit, but like go fucking, I don't know. That's TikTok.
If you go out in the middle, I guarantee anyone on here that wants attention, if you just go out into the middle of your street in front of your house and scream as loud as you can, you'll get all the attention for the night, alright? Just do that.
Yeah, we're over here trying to actually have a conversation and get through a topic, and you're acting like a tard.
People around my building do that like every night.
Melanie, don't you worry though that if you're saying that the age of consent should be lower than it is with some children, that you could potentially put those children at risk because of what their parents might think is okay, with trafficking and stuff like that?
With the age of consent, no, again, like the only people who are going to enforce this at the end are the parents or CAS once they get a notification that something fucked up is going on. As far as like anything outside of the home going on, yeah, that's immediately should be illegal. But like,
okay, but like,
when it comes
Melanie,
to,
you're escaping what I'm trying to ask you. I'm asking you why.
But I wasn't done.
I wasn't done
speaking.
Why should it be illegal?
I wasn't done. Speak easy. Speak easy. I wasn't done.
Yeah, but you never fucking answer the question.
When it comes to like my 16-year-old wants to have sex with her boyfriend, I think that's a bit different than slippery slope arguments in the sex trafficking.
Okay, are you gonna say why, or are you not gonna answer my question? Why shouldn't kids be able to consent to sex? Why? Why? Answer the why.
Why?
Yeah, the why? Yeah, like I said 50 fucking times in a row.
That's a pretty simple question, Furby.
That actually, you've asked all sorts of questions. You never asked why they shouldn't be able to consent to sex.
That's horseshit. That's well.
Okay, it's because we're not going to have experts standing over them to make sure they're safe. So in this case, we need to wait till their prefrontal cortex is fully developed. What else did I say? I said we're not going to be able to have experts.
Thank you.
So the answer to the question of the evening is no, because their prefrontal cortex has not developed. You should not allow youth to transition
That's
because
not,
they're not.
no.
They have not developed the mentality to be able to make wise decisions on their
That's not
own.
what I said. Just
That
lying.
is
That's
the
not what I
answer.
said.
The
You're
answer
lying.
is no.
You're lying. So
No,
you're a
that's the
liar.
truth, though.
You're a
That
liar.
you gave
Like
the
I said, you
answer.
have to
I am
make up.
taking your answer and applying it to the question. The question is, should you allow youth to transition?
You're wrong. That is a lie.
Your answer to the
You're wrong.
question
That is
is
a lie.
prefrontal
Disanalogous.
cortex
You know
has
what the
not
word means,
developed.
Sarah?
If
Sarah, do
they
you know what the
can't
word
decide,
disanalogous
no,
means?
stop it.
You know what the
If
word
they
disanalogous
decide,
means? You know what the word disanalogous
if
means?
they
No.
shut up
That
now
means
before
when
I
something's not analogous. Not analogous.
Mel
You
is
make
my
that
channel.
comparison.
Shut the fuck
It's
up.
called a false equivalency.
Mel, I highly recommend you shut up now.
I highly recommend not taking
Listen, you just said that they can't even consent to having sex. They can't consent to voting.
Why did I say that? That's not all I said. 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 That's not all I said.
Done, Mel. That's
not all I
the
said.
end
No,
of the
you're wrong.
question. Why
You're
did we
wrong.
not
It's
allow
the
them
only way
to
you
vote?
can
Why
protect
did we
your
not
winning.
allow
It's
them to
the
have
only
sex?
way you
Why
can
did we not
pretend you're
allow
winning.
them
It's
to make
analogous.
decisions for themselves, Mel?
It's analogous when we apply it to children transition. It's analogous.
Let me,
What does that word
I'm
mean,
mute you
Sarah?
because you won't let me answer the fucking question. Listen, why does my daughter get grounded? Why does she have to ask me permission? Why can't she just make all the decisions she? Because if the world were her oyster and she could just do all the decisions that she wanted to, she'd have an unlimited Amazon shopping spree. She'd have all the makeup she could ask for. She'd get her nails done literally every fucking day. All of these dumb decisions. But these are decisions that she would be trying to make because she's a teenager. She doesn't fucking know better. She has no fucking concept of anything, whether it's money, sex, politics,
happens at the age of
even
7.
rationality. Because
Gender
the
stability.
prefrontal cortex has not yet
Gender stability happens at the age of 7.
done.
No, it's not done. No, you're unable to argue anything else. Because first of all, you're taking a W from a false equivalency because I started my whole answer. I prefaced my whole answer for a reason with the fact that we can't have experts who can protect them from harm standing over their shoulders. So the decision is solely up to them or their parents at the end of the day, depending on how much they hide it. And there's no way that this will ever be a decision of the parent, the child, and all of the experts who are around them. So it's disanalogous because it's not applied the same way at all.
Also, like your parents can sign over a minor to get married when they're a minor, right?
Yeah,
Like your parent can get consent to do that.
It's making that decision, right? The parent is choosing to allow it because they assumingly have the rationality and the life experience to make that decision on their behalf and say,
But they're not. But they're
Oh my
obviously
God,
not making it.
we win. It's done. It's done. We win. We win. The parent can consent. We win. W us. W us. No, we win. Everything you said is invalid now. Everything you said is invalid. We win.
What you just said, though. That's not
Neither was what you said that you got your W.
That's what
Have
you
fun with that.
be scared so that everyone over here doesn't think you're making a claim that you're not. You're not saying parents can consent a 16-year-old to marry a 40-year-old. Is that what you're saying? Or a 15-year-old, sorry, to marry a 40-year-old?
In some states of the United States, yes.
It's still, right now, which states?
Mississippi is 15, I believe, specifically for females with parental consent. I believe Wyoming is 16 with parental consent. I do know that there are a few states like Tennessee, and Republicans were trying to lower consent age to 13 in one state a few years
18
ago.
is U.S. code. 18 for U.S. code. Don't let it fool you. Don't let state statute fool you. It's U.S. code. Federal law.
I have a question. Is someone identified as an attack helicopter or they trans or mentally ill now?
Oh God, James.
The trans thing is for gender. And they don't have to be.
No, don't encourage him. Easy. Just repeating something. And I'm trying to test his logic. No, this is not testing his logic.
Shit.
It's not a good faith question. It's just a fucking troll. Thank you, James.
It's a troll that's logically consistent with the view, though. That's what sucks, right? It's like the troll of asking, like, what would you feel like if you eat breakfast? It is a troll. That question is a troll, but it also can test someone if they can understand hypotheticals. So even though his question's a troll, it's still actually logically consistent. So I think it's fair to ask
me, all right. You're testing how many times I can answer the same question. I mean, every time you ask this question, it's going to be the same answer. That's probably not gender. And when it is gender, then we're either talking about how gender is a spectrum, or we're talking about someone going from one bimodal sex category to another.
So I identify as king of everything.
Is that gender?
No, I identify as king of everything. That's you too.
Is that gender?
I'm king of everything.
Okay, so that doesn't apply to trans people.
Chuck, I see you backstage. I'm officially banning you because you're a moron and I don't appreciate stupid antics on my panel like that. That was just dumb. And shout out to Speakeasy for Big 20 for the Sarah with the W. Appreciate that. And Crazy Zarg coming with the Big 20. If you believe in God or evolution or a naturalist, why would you need to change what you are? And we need to teach it's okay. You are not that you need to change what you are. I think the point is to accept who you are, right? God made you exactly where he planned to make you, and I think that's where he's going with that. Shout out to Kane's Catharsis coming with the Big 20. He sounds like a somebody say it for me.
Performatist.
No, there's some weird spelling words. Performatist. I'm going with performatist.
I don't think Kane even knew what word he wanted to use.
Yeah. They believe children were born with all their emotions, sensory capabilities, and mental aptitude intact. An environment plays no or minimal role in development.
That's not necessarily what I said. I said there's certain parts of the brain that will develop in sexually dimorphic ways. They give you essentially what's a temperament, if we're talking in the broadest terms possible, so don't try to pick that apart. I'm just trying to be efficient. And so what more environment does matter is like prenatally in the womb, the hormone environment matters. And then beyond that, it's your social environment. You're socialized to act one way if you consider yourself in one gender category, or another if you consider yourself in another gender category. Men wore makeup at one point, right? That was considered masculine.
Just a shout out. We're going to go for 4 more minutes and then we'll end on closing statements.
I'm going to hop down. Sorry guys, I got to hop down, but thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your question.
Good hearing your voice, Goose.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Yeah,
have a good night,
good to
guys.
meet you.
Bye.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop down. Well, too, and I think
entitled to their opinion. Hey, wait, James, are you a streamer or are you chat? Because if you're a streamer, then fuck you. If you're a chat, then chat always wins. Well, then fuck you and chat always wins.
It's a good idea. Oh, unless you have glow in the dark, you know, those things you put on your thing. Then you can cross swords and call it a lightsaber battle.
No, Bill Hicks. Speakeasy did not win.
You live in a whole bunch of other delusions. You living in the delusion of you winning the debate is just another one to add, so it's so good.
I think we're actually quick.
Hey, if that'll help you feel better now, when you get off tonight, you will tell your friends in real life, I beat that speakeasy guy.
Well, likewise with telling people that I'm delusional when I clearly understand cognitive science, for example, when I need it.
Yeah, but you don't understand that logic are actually presupposed to use anything to do with that. So what are you talking about?
Except logic is just not universal.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Laws of logic are universal. Simple.
Sucks to be you.
I'm rubber, you're glue. When it say to me, bounces off of me, it sticks to you. Mom!
I'm rubber, you're glue.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and lock in our final thoughts. Goon, to you, since you've been on and off, what are your final thoughts? And I do ask, while people give their final thoughts, please hush up, mute up, whatever you need to do. Allow them the floor because these are the final rounds. We're not digging into anything else. Goon, to you.
I think that whenever people have conversations like this, you wind up missing out on what could be an interesting conversation about what actually makes a man and a woman. Everything gets boiled down to having a dick or a vagina, when most people, like let's say someone goes, knocks up a woman, leaves his kid, nobody would consider that a man. If a woman doesn't provide for her children, nobody would consider that a woman. There's an interesting conversation to be had about what makes a man and what makes a woman, but it gets lost in this weird gender debate to where people just boil everything down to penis, vagina. That's it.
Rick Jones, ETV.
Sure. I love to give myself a shameless plug. Content creator as well. Like the government accountability. You're into that. Sarah's an amazing host every single time. Thank you so much. Speak. As far as I'm concerned, you're a winner, bro. Melanie, I'm not going to give you too hard of a time. I would say that sexualizing children, that means anyone under the age of 18, is probably not a good idea. And everybody else on the panel, in the chat, of course, as we know, as Speakeasy puts it, the chat always wins.
Thank you, and Effigy to you.
Thanks for letting me up. Yeah, first time on Sarah's panel. I'm usually in the blood sporting debate areas. I don't have any streaming or anything of it right now. But yeah, interesting conversation. Great moderator as far as like keeping our want to turn it into a blood sport kind of tampered down. So good job on that. But yeah, just appreciate being allowed up, and always like having this conversation, even though I feel like I've kind of overdone this conversation for 3 straight days.
Yeah, he actually had this combo with Andrew yesterday on my.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Untrackable, you didn't really get to say anything. You came up a little late, but final thoughts.
Did I miss something?
You're muted, Untrackable. Are you high?
Maybe a little bit, but I would say this. And that is, without these conversations, how do we learn more about what's going on? Because we have this thing in our head that is just us. It's just us and what we take in. But there's so many more out there. And the interpretations jokes to, put their feelings out. And some people were in it. Whatever subject you're talking about. So I thank you for having me up, and this was amazing.
You are stoned as fuck.
Ask that shit.
Right after stream, I am gonna go get on the same level as you.
That's the touchy.
I love it. I love it. Those stoners over. Alright, Trippy to you.
Trippy to me. Well, I just want to. I've been sitting here like just patiently just waiting because I was gonna be like, you know what? What I should do is I should say thank you to Speakeasy for like a year and a half ago. This guy got me 120 subs in like one night. This guy's a badass. And thank you to Sarah too, because you also got me quite a few subs over the while that I've known you. I don't know Untrackable, but he tried to put us all into one of those. What do they call that? It's like a quandary. He tried to put us all into the same headspace as him, where it's like, oh my God, who put me inside this body? Is this my brain, or is this my spirit talking to me? I don't even need drugs. I'm on the same page as him. Thanks Effigy for being Effigy. And Melanie Fox, you I respect because you were able to actually go onto a panel and debate with Speakeasy. I don't care what the results were, but that takes some guts to go on and actually do these discussions with somebody like that. So,
thank you. I think it took more.
Cheers all around.
Nice. Thank you so much, Trippy. Melanie, too.
Oh, I started this panel. Shouldn't I go last?
I'm gonna give you the floor now, only because Speakeasy is restreaming, and so I do want to respect that he's restreaming.
How convenient. You're all gonna have a little chat about how right you are. It's gonna be very cute. So no, I don't care. So look, folks, it's really convenient and really easy to say how someone perceives themselves in their heads should be defined by their genitals. You know, anybody from any time era would think that, because it seems almost intuitive, right? Well, here's what we've learned from science. What we think is intuitive doesn't always pan out. And when people emerge that don't fit the mold of what we've created in society, we can't just say, well, fuck you, you now have to fight twice as hard to exist, and you don't even get to exist as yourself. Now, when we're talking about the youth, I agree, they're at a delicate time of their lives. If we didn't have research that shows that gender is formed like in the womb, like way before they could be influenced to have a different gender, then maybe there'd be something to it. But I can tell you firsthand, I grew up with a mother who wouldn't let me do girl stuff. Tried to make me into a boy, and I still wound up like identifying as a woman. So it doesn't work when you try to force people back into a box. And the reason is that gender is formative. It forms early in the brain, and you can't change it back. So this is a complex science. I've got into all sorts of things. The ethics are we're trying to reduce harm. We're trying to make them so that way they're less likely to be depressed, less likely to have high rates of self-deletion. And the medical literature shows that is what we're doing. And any responsible clinician will only keep doing that so long as that's what the literature shows. There can be all sorts of debate and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's about helping trans people, and that includes trans people. So, trans rights, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Speakeasy. Good night. Or you're muted.
You're muted, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Melanie, for doing this panel tonight. I know you came to me asking to do this, and I'm really absolutely happy to oblige. It was a sensitive topic, but I know that it was one that obviously you guys needed to have nonetheless. And so I'm really excited that you guys got to do this, and I hope that you both came up with the results that you want, or that you received. But thank you, Mel. I appreciate you.
Good night.
Absolutely. Speakeasy to you.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for hosting us. I appreciate it. You were a fair moderator. I expected you to be. Everyone in my chat, make sure I dropped the link times. I'm going to drop it one more time. Make sure you guys all come over to Sarah's. Drop a like on the stream. Sub up if you're not subbed up there yet. All right. make sure you do that. We'll do it now while she's buying. Put this in the algorithm, you know. I wanted to actually just respond quick to one thing that Melanie said there at the end. There was just the fact that Melanie said we can't put people back into boxes or force them back into something they don't believe they are. That's not what we're doing, right? We just make a whole new category for them, and yeah, we can tell people what we accept and don't accept in society. We do it all the time. But yeah, other than that, yeah, I appreciate you having the panel. And yeah, I'm gonna make sure I tell everyone to come drop a like over here.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you as well for joining tonight's Speakeasy. Again, it sounded like you guys needed to hash out this conversation, and I feel like maybe there was some form of resolution between the two of you, or at least you were able to get it all out. I think
Yeah, I got what I needed to understand, so.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, outside of that, I have one more super chat. I almost missed it, Michael. My deepest apologies. Coming over the Big 20, he says, thank you, panel. This was fun. To Sister Sarah, ATM, all titties matter. You are a great host, and I'll be back. But I now expect this level of damn it. High pressure. And outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, if this whole panel wasn't degenerate enough for you, well, we've got one that can top it. So outside of everything else,
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
Alright, I'm gonna get low with it. So,
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it, so is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Alright, that's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna get out of there now. We've already seen enough of Four-Baxter over here, right? Shout out again to Sarah, though, for real. Everyone, go make sure you drop a like on that stream, okay? I really appreciate everyone coming over here and chilling with me and all the support we've had tonight. It's been crazy. But also, you know, give Sarah some support for hosting it, being a fair moderator during the debate. How is that allowed on YouTube? Because YouTube has become degenerate. I know. I couldn't take it much longer either. I had to turn it. Let me get out of there. W Speed, W James, W Untrackable, as long as he passes the blood this way. Ace. Shout out to you, Elder Lion. Alright. The last one I read was the question I asked from Rachel. We had another 5 gifted from Crucible Ghost. Shout out to you. Hoodie. Alright, I got you. You're gonna have to message me on the Discord. Alright. And Darth Maul, thank you very much. Coming new member. I appreciate that. It's weird that she ended when she did, because like right when she said there's 30 minutes left, I was about to message and say, yo, we're almost at 6 hours. And this is a day off stream. And then she got off too. So, it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to send you guys there. Who's streaming right now? Who is streaming right now? guys good. Appreciate you. Kitten Academy is streaming 24/7. Is this like a thing with a bunch of kittens in it? Is that what that is? That's funny. Hey, Michael. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. This cool streamer Speakeasy is streaming right now. Oh, King TL. I gotta unpin that. That's not my link. That was the link for Sarah's panel. This is usually my day off. Jess White is? Let me see. Okay. Oh, right here. Okay. Okay, she's got a good little... Maybe you guys can go and make it interesting. I'll listen in while I'm getting ready to lay down and whatnot. And, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll jump up there if they talk in a good enough topic. Alright? Maybe, yeah. Never know. Let me set up this redirect for you guys. Listen, thank you everyone for watching. Okay, thank you all for coming and joining. I hope I was able to not only educate and state facts, but entertain as well. All right. I hope I made it a good stream for you all. I mean, listen, the content this week has been fire. All right, starts with me and Andrew beating down on some fucking troll that comes up here. All right, and Mr. E. Then the next day, verbal combat, epic, most epic verbal combat there was, I think, so far. I think that was the most epic one, alright? Then tonight, a wicked debate, an after party of me and Made by Jim Bob slamming down on that fool. Pause, no homo shit. But you know what I mean. Alright? Content's just been on fire. Here's the link for the live, everyone. I sent the link. Oh, okay, I got the link. I did just copy it, but thank you. L after L, shaking my head. But yeah, that was fire. This has been a wicked week. A wicked week. Like I said, I won't see you guys now till Wednesday unless I pop up on a panel or something, because I'm building a room, a new room in the house, and I'm also gotta get some different things with the business in order, and I just want to put my full focus on those two things for next week. You know, Sunday gonna be day off, family day, and then Monday, Tuesday. I want to put my focus into building the room and getting that shit situated. So I will see you guys Wednesday. All right. Lots of content for you guys to watch if you missed any. That 50-hour marathon has so many laughs. It's too fucking good. Is it a grow room? No, it's an extra bedroom. I'm building an extra bedroom. I missed the whole stream, but I knew you would win, so I voted for you because I knew you won. Paste. And that's logically sound, actually. Yo, listen. Yeah, that's true though. The last 2 hours was so... I was crying, I think, for that last 2 hours. That's true. The tinfoil hat thing, too fucking funny. Listen, you guys are the fucking best. Honestly, I can't thank you guys enough. Yeah, you know what? One more thing before we go. Just because, I always like to give back to you guys when I can. Hold up 1 second. Boom! Let's drop those in there for you guys. Hopefully we get some good ones, okay? Hopefully we get some good ones. Listen. Absolutely can't thank you guys enough. And thank you all for coming and joining me. Alright? Listen. And mods too. I always want to try and remember mods. Thank you guys. You guys are absolutely fucking amazing. Okay? Help me hold this ship together. Alright? It could be 30 in the chat. It could be 1,500 in the chat. Alright? Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. Love you guys. Have fun over at Jess's. Remember, drop her a bunch of bears when you get there. Make sure they know there's a bear raid coming through. Out here, I'll drop the link for you guys when I come here too. There's the link for her live. I hope you guys have a beautiful Sunday. God bless. And I will see you all on Wednesday.
Looking forward to seeing you.
I'm still fucking listening. I'm just...
No worries.
Sportsman's calling me names, man.
No worries.
Yeah, but you deserve
Charles, quit crying.
Hey, Charles, you deserve it.
Oh, damn it. He deserves it because he has a big booty.
Hey, you keep your eyes off my booty. I'm not
Stop flaunting it. Stop flaunting your boxers, Charles. Put on some pants.
For fuck's sake, would you shut up about that already?
Sport, come on, hey. Sport, we were having a great conversation.
I
Don't
know,
get
I'm
derailed.
sorry. Yes.
Thanks Easy for the raid too. Speak Easy raided too. Thanks, Easy.
Oh, what? Thank you. Yo, Charles, speak easy. Anyone want to hop on a panel?
Speak Easy.
Hop on.
So, Sport, say what you were going to say.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, what was the prompt again?
I don't know. Charles was rambling on about some TV
Yeah,
show.
I know. I completely lost track on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yes, I completely. My point being is, the afterlife and whatnot. I see it more in the dichotomy base, and that's where like it comforts me in a certain extent, regardless of what I'm feeling. I want there to be a punishment for those who do wrong, and I want there to be a blessing to those who do right. Right? I want there to be a ever-loving and immortal paradise for those who are good, at least the people that I know. You know what I mean? I don't know about other people, and I know they probably do the same thing. I know there's many people that do that, but all the people that I know are just miserable, evil sons of bitches. I want them to be in hell. That's really the thing about it, right? That's really the thing that makes me a Christian. I want the miserable, evil sons of bitches to have some sort of evil, immortal damnation upon their souls. And I might be spiteful, and I might be hateful for that, but you know what? I don't give a shit, because it keeps me from doing that unto them. You know what I mean?
But so there's no redemption arc, effectively. Like once they're there,
They could have chose that. We all live many years.
Yeah.
Right? They all have the opportunity to change their lives at any point. You could be a miserable son of a bitch for 60 years and then say, you know what? I'm wrong, and I feel bad about it, and I'm going to find Christ, and I'm going to redeem myself, and I'm going to make amends for this, whatever amount they possibly can be. But my point being is, it's like, I don't want the people who I know who are just miserable sons of bitches to just be able to just reincarnate and be something else and have a whole nother chance in life. No, it feels like I missed out on the chance to get mine. You know what I mean? It fills me full of revenge, because again, I'm a Christian, but I'm not a good one. I'll admit that to anyone. I'm not a good Christian at all. Do I believe in Christ? Do I believe in Christianity? Yes, I do. But I'm not a good one. But I'm the type of person that's like, if someone does something bad to anyone, I'm down with you. I'm down. You want to go get some recompense? Yeah, I'll put that on my soul. I don't give a shit. If a bad person's a bad person, let's go get them. There's rules. You gotta follow.
Well, wait, hang on, Charles. You do know that the Bible does say if you do not have a sword, go buy one. Right?
Exactly. No, yeah, that's why I got a bunch of guns.
Exactly.
I sold my cloaks. I sold my cloaks to get some guns, or at least buy some sword.
Exactly. So, with that, I'll tie this in a little bit to my deja vu kind of mindset of, since I have joined the motorcycle club that I'm in, I have never had a deja vu feeling or experience since then. So, who's to say that the path that I'm walking now is not the righteous path for me? Whether it damns my soul to hell, if you want to believe in that, but if that is the righteous path that my soul is supposed to walk, then who's to say that it's not right for me?
I would say that's true. Excuse me, I would say that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that's true. My thing is, it's like I feel as though I've strayed from my path. To be honest, I feel as though my path may have not been one of enlightenment or perseverance whatever you want to call it. I feel as though the one I was on may have been my path, and I tried to change it, and now I'm on a different path, and I feel like maybe I strayed from what I was actually called to do. Regardless, like, the calling is not something you can choose. You know what I mean? You have to be the person who swings that sword. That's your calling. And to be honest, I liked swinging that sword. I really did. And I thought, well, you know what? I don't want to be a violent person. I want to be a loving person. And again, that might not be my calling.
And you know what? To put this in full-on layman's terms to where anybody can understand it, the world always needs ditch diggers.
You got that right. You got that damn sure right. You got that.
And if I'm meant to be a ditch digger, then that's what it's meant to be.
Oh, 100%. 100%. So
I'm going to be the damn best ditch digger that I can be.
Oh, yeah. Square that off real nice. 6 feet even. Perfectly leveled. Yes. Yes. I would find solace in that every day of the week. Putting bad men in deep graves. I'd be so happy in that. I could take solace in that every day and sleep very, very well. One of my main things that keeps me up at night is the fact that bad men do bad things.
100%.
That hurts me. That hurts me. And I know that I let off bad men. I knew bad men, and I let them off based on the fact that, I don't know, they showed me a little level of kindness or whatever it is. And that's not how you should act.
They showed you something that was worthwhile letting them off of the penance that they deserved.
Yep. Yep, you watch The Sopranos?
No, I have, but that's not where I was. That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
going back to Charles Houston TV references.
Yeah.
This is the kind of base. This is the base. Well, this is the base level of understanding we have as men, right? Like, this is the only things we interpret are through our eyes that we can truly understand, right?
Yep.
Outside of that, we kind of just remove it from our minds because that's what allows us to sleep at night, and that's completely okay with me. I'll be honest, but there's some men who think way deeper than this. But
to be perfectly honest, men only really understand violence on a level. So whether it's a level of 0 or it's a level of 100, that's all that men truly understand.
Yeah.
Does this man deserve a level of 10 violence, or does he deserve a level of 50 violence? Based on what he has done as a man.
Right. Yeah. That's always been the hardest part for me. I usually find it much easier when I had someone telling me.
Oh, of course. If someone says, hey, that man deserves a level of 50 violence, go deal with it, then you go deal with it. And to a lot of degree, I'm the same way.
What was the 50? Then go, well, X, Y, and Z. I go, fair enough. I'll come back to when I'm done. Yeah, I'll come back to when I'm done. He deserves 100%. It. Yo, done. Right? There's rules. I like rules. I'm a man who lives by rules. I like rules. They give me a certain level of.
Well,
they give me comfort.
Well, see, and I think that's a lot of, and we're gonna get really kind of crazy here, but I think that's the big difference between men and women, because men understand rules 100%. If you're told X, Y, and Z, so you go do A, B, and C, that's what you go do. And women don't get that because they bring in D, E, and F, and it's like D, E, and F don't even involve this conversation. What are you talking about?
It's almost like a contrary position too. It's like completely opposite, right? Because I think the things that men are really good at is I had one person describe to me, women bring people into the life, right? They bring life into the world.
Well,
right?
Of course, they're child bearers.
Right, exactly. And the men, that's their highest goal. That's the highest standard, the greatest glory which they possibly achieve. Exactly. And men take life out of this world, and that's their highest glory. But they have to understand the difference, right? Because women can bring life into the world, but they might not take care of it. And the same thing as men taking life out of the world and not giving a shit. You have to have some sort of level of care. And the care is important, in my opinion.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. No, 100% it is. Because if you look at, you can look at any ancient history. You look at just Native Americans, and the women always took care of the younglings and raised them, and then once they got to a certain age, then that's when the men would take over and taught them how to hunt, fish, forage for food, and fight enemies. Right?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much in any civilization across our known world.
I mean, for 2,000 to 5,000 years.
Exactly. Right. So, men teach how to take a life, whether it's an animal life or a human life. That's what men teach. Women teach how to provide a sustenance for that life. So, this is how you make cornmeal, this is how you make butter, this is how you make milk, whatever the case may be, right? So women teach how to provide sustenance, men teach how to destroy.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say that's true. And the fact that I lost, I used to have that availability. And the second I lost that, I was completely lost. I had nothing else I knew. And the only thing I could turn to was the fact, well, I lost it because I had to take care of the people that I loved in the only way I could have. And I'll be honest, when I was in that position, that's when I felt most alive. That's when I felt like a man. And that, honestly, all the things that coincided with being a man came to me really easy. Like money, women, compassion, security.
So, Sport, let me interrupt real quick. So, who's to say that your role in your world, in your how you walk this life, is not to provide sustenance to others?
I think that's true. I think that's true. I think that's 100% true. I really believe that. But my issue is, I'm middle management at best. I'm a servant of a king. I'm not a king, right? So I need a ruler to tell me to say, hey, go do X, Y, and Z. I need someone to do that. I am not comfortable. I am so uncomfortable in that position to basically make my own decisions on what I should actually do towards people.
Why is that? Why is that, though, dude? Because you've had a very exciting life, and I'm surprised that you.
That's a good question, Charles.
It's hard. It's hard to go and be fucking top dog, but fucking, with the life that you've had.
I've never been top dog, to be honest.
Yeah, but look, at some point, you go along, you like rules, you understand hierarchies and all the rest of it. I am surprised why you don't actually go, you know what, let me go and move to the next level type thing.
You know why, Charles? Because I always thought that a boss of any kind was a sacrificial employer. They got to take all the shit that we don't. Being like being in the middle manager is kind of like a safe place, to be honest. I'm willing and able to do whatever anyone tells me to do, as long as they're my, liege, if you want to use old world terms. But to be the actual person wearing the crown, the crown is a heavy thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a king. I don't want to be that. I don't want to really be the person who's ruling over people. But if someone else can acknowledge that, and I'm under them, I'll do anything I can. I'm at their disposal. That makes me feel good. I'm better at taking orders and telling people underneath me this is what has to be done than I am to be top down, to be a top person to tell everybody else what they have to do.
Hey, Sport?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you the new nickname, Samurai Sport. You sound like a samurai from Japan.
One of my favorite. I appreciate it so much. One of my favorite books in life is Hagakure. Hagakure. You ever read that book, Mr. Boulay? Oh, you want me to put it in the back chat for you? Sure. Yeah, it's one of the most amazing books ever. I read that book and it clarified a lot of stuff. It was one of the best books I ever read. I'll play again.
Sport, I got a question, because we're talking about books. Sir. Have you read The Art of War by Sun Tzu?
Yeah, many times.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good deal.
Yeah. Very
so, and I mean, I know that's like a common one that everybody like, oh, I read this and oh my gosh, they get all up in arms about it. But if you look at it from a very philosophical level, it talks more about middle management than it does actually about the top or the bottom.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, exactly.
And how middle management deals with making sure that the horse has food and that the warriors that are actually going to fight have food and they have transportation to and from, point A to point B.
It's not a case of like, okay, let's go fucking attack the bad guys over there. You have to understand things like logistics, okay? Fucking how do we go along? How do we get fucking these people? How do we get that food? How do we get all those things up to where we can use them so that we can then go fight the bad guys? And that's a really important lesson that people don't seem to understand. Like, they read the book, they don't understand what they're fucking reading. They're like, oh, I read the book. Oh, okay, what did you understand about it? Oh, nothing.
Exactly, Charles. And Charles, you probably understand it better than most because you were in the military. So because with that military experience, you understand, like, hey, if we don't have diesel fuel for our trucks, we're not going anywhere. If we don't have jet fuel for our jets, we ain't fucking getting anything done. And if you don't have food to feed those troops that are actually having to shoot the guns, how are the people going to be able to shoot the guns if they don't got food?
What happens if they don't have it? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Like, I'll put that on my soul. That's the thing I'm really caring about, right? Because I care about those guys. They got lives. They lived them.
Well,
and I might not necessarily know their mothers, but I love them because they made those men.
If you want to go and know how things are not done well by powers that be, have a look at what happened with the Battle of Stalingrad during World War II.
Oh yeah, no, because the Germans showed up totally unprepared for that war.
Yep, exactly.
They had no cold weather clothes. They had nothing. They were stealing clothes off of dead bodies so that way they could try to stay warm.
Yep, and eventually the Sixth Army was encircled by the Russians, and they went to they surrendered. And I think it was 2 million Germans went into the Gulag system. And I think it was about 150,000 came out afterwards. And I think the last one came out in 1954.
Well, Charles, are you familiar with the with Caesar versus Hannibal?
Yep.
Oh, that's a really great read.
Oh my God! Like they wiped out Hannibal wiped out 2 Roman armies easily.
Yep.
So the Romans thought to themselves they gained those armies after 1 year, right? And at the end of the 3rd year, after both those armies got wiped out, they said, you know what we should do? We should raise an army and wait 2 years. So we have 60,000 men to fight Hannibal, and they all got wiped out in 1 day. Yep. That's more people that got killed than 20 years in the Vietnam War.
Hannibal was probably the best general in recorded history.
Which is insane because he marches army over the Alps in clothing that only counted for desert. Right? Like that was insane. We lost so many troops.
And not only that, but he used like the most unlogical animals for transportation.
Oh, the elephants.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine getting into a combat situation with swords and shields and seeing the opponent coming at you with elephants?
Yeah.
That's horrifying. I would rather take bombs than mortars.
To bring that into something that, like, you know, more modern, younger generations could understand. You know, you watch the movie of 300, and you see the Spartan troops standing there on the gates and fighting off the Persian army with such a small force that they picked the battlefield. That's what so many people exactly. They totally miss what is actually being taught in that movie, even though that movie is all Hollywood and all that other BS. Right. But they missed what is actually being taught there is if you pick the battlefield that you fight your enemy on, which is what Sun Tzu teaches, then you can win the battle even though you are supposed to be a defeated. Exactly.
It's all about power to a point, you know? At the end of the day, it's all about power to a point. Okay, if you have that high ground, if you have that little bit of if you pick your battlefield, you've got to stop an entire army because you have power to a point. They can't get to you because of where you decide to go and fight. Right. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that one.
I also feel as though this is the same reason why the Anglosphere and all of us that speak English will never be wiped off the face of the earth, ever, regardless of anything. We should have comfort in that. Wait, was that Klingon? Was that Klingon?
Right?
Was that Blade, you fucking man. You're awesome.
By havoc! Now let's slip the dogs of war! Come now, quick! Do we not fight on the battle as warriors?
You know some of the Romans, speaking of dogs, you know some of the Roman war dogs, the handlers have 60 dogs. Can you imagine that? Holding leashes of 60 dogs and let them loose.
Jesus
They also have armor. They have armor and spiked collars and they're flying. And you're talking about like bull masters. No, these dogs that are the size of men, right? 200-pound dogs. 60 of them at a time. You're talking about maybe they have 100 of them. So there's like 600 of these dogs releasing into the whole 4-minute line. How the Gauls and Celtics ever survived is beyond me. Because to be honest, probably none of us descend from Romans. We all probably descend from either the Gaelics or the Celtics. Right? Well, it's either Romans or Celtics. Yeah, it's either Roman. The Germanic tribes or the Celtic tribes. That's where we all descend. The fact that we fought these many wars, and we still exist to a certain extent, is fucking beyond me. It is just I just don't get it. And history is a wild. History is a wild.
Yes.
It's the same thing. Like, are you guys familiar with when Caesar tried to invade Ireland?
No.
Caesar invaded Britain, right? And the British, some of the British fled to Ireland, and they told them that there's a Roman. There's this thing called the Romans, and they're like, oh really? So when the Romans tried to invade Ireland, all the Celtic men, the tallest person in the Roman army was about 5'7". That's the tallest you could get. When it came to the Celtics, they were about 6 foot on average, 6 foot plus. So they sailed their boats to invade Ireland, and all of the Gaelic warriors painted themselves in blue. They're also butt naked, which is very bizarre.
See, I told you it's awesome. Hands are awesome.
When the Roman boats came in, there was a whole line of, I think, like 10,000 Celtic soldiers lined up along the whole coastline, just screaming with their arms and their shields. The Roman boat just turned around and went back to England. That's the only reason why you still have Gaelic, you still have Celtic languages. That's where you get the idea of like why does Irish sound so much different than like people like Bricky, right? Like why does Terriac sound different than Bricky? It's because people that descend from Terriac were basically monsters at the time compared to the Romans. Because English is still based on a Latin language. Gaelic is not based in Latin language at all. But yeah, I digress. It just that's just interesting.
And I have no pants on right here right now. I'm just telling you guys, fucking. Honestly,
Charles, we know you and Blue Man Group are butt ass naked.
Yeah, I didn't. Charles, I didn't assume you had pants on.
Pants are optional, but it's too hot here to go in with pants, so I'm just letting things air out.
Leave it to Charles to derail the conversation.
I do try.
Hey, we were having a great combo, and then you come in with like me and Blue Man Group are butt ass naked, freaking banging on drums with fucking no pants.
You in your damn pants, Charles. Damn it. I'll be honest. I sleep in blue jeans 24/7 just because I don't want anything to pop off and not be ready.
I don't take my boots off.
Hey, amen, bro, amen. I never sleep. Pajamas are for the weak. I sleep in my jeans always. if I gotta hop out of bed, I'm ready in a heartbeat.
If you can't fucking fight someone who fucking breaks into your place, fucking, and jump out the fucking second story window, fucking, to safety, after fucking kung fu jellyfly, fucking fucking something, dude, there's something wrong with you guys, honestly. You should be comfortable in your own skin.
I'm perfectly comfortable in my own skin. The problem is I don't want my junk to get damaged.
Well, it depends. It depends if your junk looks like a weapon, and you're like, oh fuck, what the hell is that? And they will stop. They will stop dead in their tracks.
I can imagine fighting some guy.
I'm sure Sport will agree with me on the comment that I'm going to make. Yeah, the police don't give a shit what your junk looks like when they're saying, "Don't fucking move, motherfucker."
Come on, motherfucker. Come on.
I don't want to go to jail with that
fucking dare you to.
Exactly, Sport. Exactly. I ain't getting booked with no pants on.
So cool. Everybody ever knows. They always tell me you freeze so much. They don't give you blankets. You just freeze. You gotta keep your pants on.
And the worst part is they don't even give you a goddamn bologna sandwich, those motherfuckers.
Dude, you gotta, as I told you, you move out of holding to the actual lockup. That's crazy.
Hey, I've been here for 12 hours. Can I get a bag lunch, please?
They don't give a shit.
No.
Coffee and a pack of Doritos. Thank you.
I'll fill my pocket full of salami. so they can hope they don't search me. I'll munch on it and hold. I'll probably split with myself like everybody else.
I'm pretty sure that South Park had an episode about that where they were sticking food up their bum and they were like.
Oh yeah. No, they were ingesting the entire turkey and then they were crapping out their mouths.
Yeah. Dude, fucking, you're weird, man. Seriously, why the fuck would you think that's a good idea? Holy hell.
If we could go back on the topic of religion. I think we might have covered this a little bit. I just want to reiterate. Where we go when we die. Do we matter? Does it really matter?
No, I think honestly, I think it only matters to our living people that are around us.
True. Very true.
Because the people that are around you are going to want to believe that you went to heaven or hell, right?
Yeah.
So your enemies are going to want to think that you went to hell. Your people that love you are going to think that you went to heaven. So, in all reality, whether you believe, and I'm a Buddhist, like I said, whether you believe in whatever religion, I believe that it only matters to people that are the survivors.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Yeah, I was going to say, I read a book where basically the concept was that whether or not you believe you're going to go to a heaven or a hell came down to the individual. So if you thought you were a bad person, you'd go to hell. But if you thought you were a wonderful person and then an absolute asshole in your life, you'd go to heaven. And I thought that's a really interesting concept. So it's not just other people what they think about where you should or should not go, but does it come down to, okay, do I believe I should go along and sit on a fucking cloud playing the harp all day, or was I such a naughty kid that I have to go to hell? That's a really weird fucking concept.
Did you read that book, or did you just read the title and the cover?
No, I read the book.
Oh, okay. Just curious.
Yeah. And I just thought it seemed like a little bit fucking strange to me, but, I thought, wow, does that mean if they're correct, the author said, if they're correct about how, okay, this is how things work, what you think is going to happen to you is actually what happens to you. like, fuck, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be really unhappy when they die. You know, so just throwing it out there.
Well, that's interesting because, you know, how is it, in my opinion, how is it right that the individual gets to choose where they go? I mean, if you're a religious-based person, then you're not the one that gets to choose.
But the question then is, like, who makes that choice? Like, is it you because you have some...
No, it's the person. It's the person that's in charge of the religion. Whether you call it God or you call it Buddha or you call it Muhammad, whatever you call it, the person that heads the religion is the person that chooses where you go.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see that one quite panning out. I mean, that's why I asked that question before about is there like a redemption arc for people, and you're a Buddhist, whatever the fuck it is, where it's like, okay, do you think that there's, you're into like reincarnation, you know, fucking many lives to go and fucking get shit right eventually and, you know, reach enlightenment? Or is there like a point where you go, you know what, fucking, this person's too fucked up and broken that they can't possibly fucking come back in another life and try again? Right? And that's one of the things I have an issue with most religions, where it's like, okay, if you're a bad person, you go to hell and you cannot fucking come out ever. Sort of things like, I do like the Buddhist idea, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really into the theology and that sort of stuff, but
me personally, I think we've got to kind of squash those kind of beefs amongst each other, you know what I mean? Like, we're still people within this world, because the life that we live, like, there's no such thing as living a life without certain troubles, right? Life isn't easy on anybody in the long term, right? And yeah, go on.
Sport. So I want to interject real quick. So remember earlier when I said there's only two ways to rule people?
Yep.
Either religion or the sword?
Yeah.
Exactly what you were just saying. Look at it from that standpoint.
Well, I think religion.
It doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter what religion you are.
Well, see, it does.
They're all the same.
Well, there's the idea is there's many issues you get in a religion. I think most people with religious context, they don't realize that the default is the sword.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
That's my biggest
100%.
issue.
I agree 100%.
Awesome. Yep. Because that's my belief, right? But I think if we could find some sort of solace in some sort of, that's the same thing with Christianity that I have a problem with, right? There's the denominational differences keep us from actually being brothers in the religion, right? And the idea is it opens up the idea where you can have multitudes of all these other different ideas and whatnot, and they go, well, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. It's like, okay, how are we going to settle this? And it's like, well, you better do the thing I say. And it's like, okay, can you prove to me why? And they go, no, you better just agree with me. If you don't, you're going to hell. It's like, what if I'm comfortable with going to hell?
Exactly.
Right? Like, what then? What do you do then? What if I like what I am? Because that's the same thing. Like, the same thing is being a Protestant is not easy. And I'll be honest, a lot of Protestants are fucking idiots. They're dummies.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
They're stupid.
I really do appreciate that.
No, I'll be 100% honest. That's one of the hardest things about being what I am 100%, right? Because I'm not Protestant in the context of just like, well, I'm an American and I'm this random Protestant. No, I'm Protestant from the idea of Northern Ireland and the Troubles. We fought a war. And on top of that, I descend from the people who fought a 30-year war, and I'm from the people who fought an 80-year war. So I have 120 years of warfare have gotten me to where I am. And now I'm in America, and all my family still fought wars to have people have the same life, liberty, and love that they have now. But yet, if I say what I am, they go, "Well, how dare you? You're still not. You're the wrong denomination." It's like, well, how many people have you had fight and die for this? Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just an American. It's like, oh, really? Well, do you know your history? Like, how far can you count your history back? I don't know. I'm just here. It's like, you self-centered fucking assholes. That's how I feel. Because it's like, why the fuck did my family have to die for all these things to get to where we are? All my families that died in Vietnam, or Korea, or World War I, or World War II, or the fucking Battle of Waterloo, all the way back. I'm like, again, Mike Ball, he's an American, what, 7 generations back? I just barely became an American. Well, my father and my grandparents were not Americans. They moved here. They immigrated.
And that's like me, you know. So I'm half Yugoslavian and half German. My grandparents on my Yugoslavian side immigrated to the United States in like the 20s. So I don't consider myself an American. I consider myself a German Yugoslavian. And dude, the most favoriteest thing I love is going into, it's CT something YouTube channel. And freaking spouting off bullshit about slavery. Because that black dude gets all uppity about it.
Oh, you talking about Chaotic Truth?
Yes, Chaotic Truth.
Yes,
that's it.
Yes, I like that guy too.
Dude,
I like that
he gets all uppity, and it's like, dude, I'm a Slav. Slav is the term of slavery.
Yes, thank you. Right, and they disregard even like I consider myself an Irish American mostly, right? Most contexts, right? Like I have a certain level of English, and again, my English comes from like Cornwall and stuff. So like, to be honest, my father's language is extinct. Right? They fought and did all these things, but like it doesn't exist anymore. All I can say is English. I can't really have any continuity with what they're talking about. And on top of that, like we're probably Normans at that. Right? We're not even I can't even say I'm Anglo-Saxon. Right? So it gets really confusing, and then people go like, well, you know, the Anglo-Saxons and all this other stuff. It's like you're just making up history. You have no idea. You don't even know what you're talking about. Right. At least certain people in America, they'll go, well, you know what? I'm just American. It's like I feel as though that's more realistic than people just pretending to be something else. That really pisses me the fuck off. Where they're like, well, I'm a white person, so I clearly have to be Anglo-Saxon. It's like, oh, really? Can you draw your history back to that? Not at all. I've been here for 5 generations. It's like, oh, okay, all right, sure you have. You have no idea what you are. And then the same thing with people calling me a mutt. That's the thing that bothers me the most.
You know what though? Like, really, why should you let that bother you? Because I'm a mutt
in the sense that like my mother is. My mother's part. She's mixed race in the context of being part African American and part Irish.
Whoa, hang on though. Here's the thing you need to look at it as embrace your heritage.
Oh, 100% I do. 100% I do. But the thing is, I still get it both ways.
No. It's like, so like Jess was showing earlier on her stream about, you know, positive motivation and everything, like all those YouTube videos that she was showing. So why don't you look at it as, this is who I am, and I'm gonna make the most of what I can out of my life. And if this is what I am, then this is what I am. Who gives a shit what someone else thinks?
Oh,
because why
true.
should I care what someone else says about me?
Very true. Very true. Oh, very true. No, see that's I try to keep that same mentality. But sometimes I get it sideways from certain people.
And of course, hey,
you know what I mean?
You're talking to someone that lives, you know, a life somewhat similar to what you used to live in the past, and it is very difficult. But you still have to keep that mindset of, hey, every day I'm gonna get punched in the dick, And guess what? I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna deal with it. However I feel I need to deal with it.
No, punch drunk is the best drunk because the hangover comes first. You know what I mean?
And it's
That's
always
the
that
best.
last. It's always that last drink that gets you too.
It's always that last punch. Oh my God!
Hey,
Bill
guys.
Hicks is here. What a fucking legend! You know,
Sorry,
people
Bill.
have to know this guy's a fucking legend. Yo, shout out Bill Hicks.
Yeah, Bill, I don't know how long you're waiting there. I was from. I've still got a bit of a sorry. It's a fucking
No worries,
busy time.
Jess. No worries, Jess. Take your time.
No, use the cool. I know use the cool.
How you doing, Bill?
Fuck, did I really kill the mood that much? Did I? Sorry.
No, you're good.
No, it's all good, Jess.
Oh yeah, Mr. Boulette. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, all yours.
You were mentioning Anglo-Saxon heritage, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank fuck, it's such a. I really want to commend you guys a lot. Thank you for fucking steering clear of all the degen shit that's been plaguing this fucking panel lately. I really appreciate that. I just
Hey,
wanna
no
say that.
worries, Jess. Anytime.
Yeah, they still won't go along and subscribe to my No Pants fucking Mondays, but you know, we're getting there.
Charles, South Park did a whole episode on your issue, and it's called Chipotle Away. You can watch it on YouTube, watch it on your own time, and we'll be good with that.
You guys just don't appreciate the freedom of, you know, not having
Charles?
pants. Like, oh,
Charles, we were having such good combo about religion, history, and everything else, and you got to bring up no effing pants. Really, buddy?
Hey, Mr. Boulette, what was your question again?
no, it's not. Just
It's very important. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You're a good guy.
No, I was asking about your Anglo-Saxon heritage.
I'm not gonna.
What your opinion is about Let's Go Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon! Let's go, fucking Brandon! MAGA 2 week. Yo, congratulations, everyone. MAGA 2 weeks in. Let's fucking go.
Hey, Ryan.
Let's fucking go. Let's go. Yo, we're back. We're so back. We're so back, baby. Let's fucking go.
Well, hang on. We don't need to be celebrating too much too early. On that.
I'm popping.
Guess he's not in office yet, is he?
What was that, Mr. Hicks?
Look, technically he's not actually in office yet, is he? I'm not sure what's going on there, but when's that going to happen?
I think it's January 16th.
no, January 20th.
January 20th is when he gets sworn.
Why do I not? Why isn't Australia correcting me? I don't understand. Damn. I feel like
Because Australia seems to care so much about U.S. politics.
Yeah, it boggles my mind.
To be fair, we care a lot more about US politics than the fucking clown show we got here, because, hey, it's all downstream from the US, it seems, anyway.
Well, that's because Australia gave up all their guns.
No, it's because politics just fucking play a big game of pissing off, and we're not interested in watching that.
Oh. Well, could be true.
And Mr. Blair?
No, it's true.
But the thing isn't the thing is American politics doesn't. It's not vice versa, right? Like we don't like in American politics we never go like, how's Australia doing? That's the craziest.
That's true.
Well, in Australian politics, we don't really do that either. It's just Australians don't pay attention to Australian politics. They pay attention to American politics. They even pay more attention to fucking UK politics than Australian politics.
Well, that's because you've got that it's not the Bill of Rights. What is it? I forget the term of it. Charles, tell me what the term of it is.
Constitutional monarchy.
Constitution.
Constitutional monarchy, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. Constitutional monarchy, and there's something else too. The Canadians call it something different. Like, the Canadians and the Australians care more about American politics than most Americans care about American politics.
Yeah.
Which blows me away.
For my 2 cents.
More about fucking their own country and other countries and what Americans know just about America.
Well, that's because most Americans are uneducated jerks.
No, even the college-educated ones. You see the fucking street interviews with the college-educated ones, and they can't point any country on a map.
Yeah,
It's fucking
they
sad.
can't point it out on a fucking map. They don't even know where the fucking US is on a map. They can't even point Australia out on a map. Like, sorry, but you ask
Yeah, we
them
can.
fucking
Yeah, we can.
three
The smart ones
countries,
can.
and they name 2 fucking continents and a country.
Well,
So sports bread. The smart
agree.
ones aren't the university-educated ones, obviously.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. If they're in the university, they're dummies, right? They're dummies. It's mostly the people that are not universities that are being taught dog shit.
Hey, but Bill,
Paying $100,000 a year to be dummies.
Hey, I'll be fair here and I'll say, to be fair, on the other end of it as well, I do think that the smartest people in the world live in America and are Americans.
It's kind of like it's like the bell curve.
No, that is
like
true as well.
you got the biggest retards and the biggest geniuses there.
Hey, they might not on average, it might not be on average that that it's like that, but that is true.
That is true. No, it's 100% true. Yeah, we got the biggest dummies and the biggest geniuses in all of
I know,
the world.
it's weird. It's fucking weird.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes
No,
you
no,
need a person
Well,
like
it's like the head of the spearhead of Anglo culture, I guess. You know, it is the center of the empire. So
yeah, we're the militant branch of everyone who speaks English.
No, it's a bell curve.
Corporate,
So,
I'm sorry, but if you talk about averages though, most are on the dipshit side than on the genius side. Like you talk about averages.
yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
If America is the tip of the spear, then who's the shaft?
Good question. Now it's getting into the DJ talk.
I thought you'd be the last person to bring that up, fucking Mr. Boulay. What's wrong with you?
Hey, Mr. Boulay, how should I wash my balls if I needed to wash my balls? How should I do that?
I'll leave you both to it.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. It was a layup for your fucking soap promo. Come on now.
Well, you guys actually.
Fuck, I scared her off. My bad. Come back, Jess. We're just kidding.
Mr. Blair actually pointed out something earlier tonight in the discussion about, the founding of Australia, kind of what the prison colony thing, and it kind of made me connect 2 dots. Why is it that a lot of the Australians have really into American politics recently? And I figured out that the majority of Australians and Donald Trump share something in common. They're all convicts.
that's a
I literally missed. Yeah, I missed that last word you said. I literally missed the whole punchline to that.
The reason why Donald Trump got so many minority votes is because he identifies with so many of the minorities because he is a fellow.
Yeah, no, he's America's first black president,
Damn straight. He's got 34 felonies and he's got a couple baby mamas. He's in.
Well, that's why the Australians love him, because they're also descendants of convicted felons.
I see what's happening. I see. Yep. No lie detected. That's sound logic. Yep.
It was funnier my delivery was important.
No, it was good. Hey, you know what? Sometimes you can laugh at a joke without actually laughing. You just said, no, that was good. I respect that. Yep.
yeah, 2 points. One, fucking, when you actually go and give police or criminal fucking a psychological assessment, fucking, they are literally fucking 2 sides of the same coin. Okay, so fucking all those fucking people came here fucking ages ago. In another life, they could have been cops. They could have done exactly the same thing, but just from different sides of the law. But the second thing is that fucking Australia looks at what America's doing, because what happens over there eventually ends up over here. So
exactly.
You guys see all that stuff with the cutting down statues and shit started in America. we now have that shit here as well, and we're probably anywhere between 6 months to 3 years behind where you guys are. So we have to go and watch what you guys are doing, just in case. We have to go and fucking go, oh shit, this is going to get real bad real fast. So,
I would say the issue with that. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill had something to go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, because I'm Polish heritage, that's my heritage, right? And after the Soviet Union, we were like a little bit retarded with catching up with the rest of the world. So all that woke bullshit is finally making its way to Poland as well. Like, it just takes even longer to get there, so...
Yeah, the guy in charge of Poland is doing a pretty darn good job of keeping everybody out right now.
Yeah, that's one good thing. Yeah, the border control there is based.
Well, if you saw what happened in Poland back in, what was it, 2017, when Angela Merkel was trying to go and get, pretty much all the shit bags out of fucking Africa into fucking Europe, Poland turned and said, yeah, fuck that for a joke. And they literally fucking put up fences along their border, and they had migrants coming through Russia, fucking trying to go and get into Poland, and they were told, get the fuck away from our fucking fence country, fuck off. And
what I love too is they put their money where their mouth is, like, because there was all these financial incentives, like with the EU and all that, and financial disincentives and fines, and they're like, fuck it, we'll just wear that. It's still better for our economy than loading it in full of migrants,
Yeah, those guys were absolutely fucking based and then some, fucking honestly, and I think that's probably one fucking country in the EU/Europe at this point in time where fucking they don't have the same issues that other countries who thought, yes, let's just open up our fucking borders and bring everyone in because they're all wonderful, caring, sharing people. Oh, shit, whoops. Okay, Paul's like, yeah, no, we don't want none of that shit. Fuck off.
But the thing is, it's like, I forget what it's called, but like you got your, like basically your requirements for your sustainability and your equity and all that bullshit, like with, your big major institutions. It wasn't so much that these other countries thought, oh yeah, lovely, let's take all these people in. They were like blackmailed economically,
If I could, I feel like the main problem is communism versus socialism. Communism is taking root in many countries. Socialism is this thing that we don't really acknowledge as a articulate or an antithesis to the thing. We want to believe like our infrastructure or intelligence agencies were all started to be anti-communist. That does not mean pro-America.
Hang on, wasn't Lenin who turned around that said that fucking socialism is a stepping stone to communism?
Yes, it is. Yes. So the idea is communism is a world. It's the harbinger for a world government.
You guys know that I think it was Henry Ford that financed a lot of the building of the factories in Soviet Russia. Like a lot of capitalist interests overlap.
Oh, Henry Ford was an anti-Semitic. Like most people don't even understand.
No, he used to ride around on his horse and throw around anti-Semitic papers and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, no shit.
Yeah.
On his high horse, so to speak.
Literally and figuratively.
And if I remember correctly too, fucking he got cock-blocked by the American government because he wanted to go and pay his workers more than the average wage sort of thing. The government turned and said, no, you can't do that. I could be wrong, but
Charles, the reason why he wanted to pay his workers more was because he didn't want strikes. He didn't want people standing up for their own rights, so he said if I pay them more, they're not going to stand up for their own rights. So if I pay them $1 an hour more, or whatever the wage was back in the day, then they're going to be happy with what I give them, and they're going to shut the fuck up and sit in the corner. That was the whole point. And Henry Ford was, don't get me wrong, he industrialized the United States and created this giant movement, but at the same point in time, he also created a negative to the industrialization of the United States because he created this. If I pay them more, they're going to shut up and sit in the corner. Well, now America is having to deal with that over the last 10 years, roughly, of shut up, sit in the corner, and just take whatever the government gives you.
It's funny that you mentioned that because, like, sometimes too much creature comforts creates complacency. Like, sometimes actually struggle is exactly what we need to get where we want to go, I think, to inspire us, you know?
100%. And I mean, and you know, I can only speak on the American side, but on the American side, you know, we were given extra money to sit at home during COVID, and
complete inflation of the economy. Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, we were paid extra money to sit at home and just be like, here you go, here's your, and to put it into, you know, futuristic terms, here's your bugs and live in the pod and live your life.
Yeah, proverbially, it was the exact same thing. A lot of people were like, thank you so much.
Walmart, Amazon, online business.
Yeah, they flourished. Yeah, they flourished.
You know, mom and pop shops, little restaurants.
Yep. All closed down.
All freaking closed, freaking down. You know?
I read that it was the largest wealth transfer in history over that time.
Yeah, it was the redistribution of wealth.
Just the wrong way, yeah.
roughly in the US, I think it was fucking 60% of small businesses shut down and never reopened after all the lockdowns. Like, it was crazy. And
yeah, just gutted the middle class, yeah.
Yep. We had the same shit here. Fucking, like, literally, okay, fucking, you can't go and do anything, rah. And the thing for Australia was even worse because we had spent several years where the government said, okay, we're going to go and slash our national debt. So back in 2013, the Prime Minister at the time, Tony Abbott, said, okay, we're going to go and cut public service, we're going to fucking give it, paying all this money to all these fucking bullshit, fucking airy-fairy, fucking charity type things, rah, fuck off. And the plan was that by 2020, we were going to go along and actually have our national debt fucking back to almost in the black. Unfortunately, fucking by the time we got towards it, yeah, literally, fucking, we almost had our national debt paid out and stored, alright? And then along came the Wolfie, and I think it was in January 20/February of January 2020, fucking, that's when the lockdown started. And by the time they got to where I was, I think it was in August of 2020, pretty much everyone was stuck at home, they couldn't go to work, but apparently they had to get paid by somebody, and all of a sudden, all those gains that we had made, where we got rid of our national debt, had to go along and we had to go and borrow all that money back again. And by the time the whole thing was over in 2023, our national debt went through the fucking roof, like big time.
Well,
and now we have now.
Well, and so here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize in America is the middle class, which pays the bulk of the tax, which pays the majority of deficit in the United States. The middle class wasn't created until the 1950s. There was no middle class before World War II.
Wait, BSR, how's that not true? BSR, how's that not true?
Oh, what do you mean, man? All the corporations...
Well, I'm asking you.
Yeah, okay, all the corporations and millionaires, they pay 90% of their taxes. This is why that when you apply for taxes, you get tax advantage. Because they're paying for all of that stuff.
Okay,
so you don't actually pay for fucking taxes. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
You really don't actually pay for fucking taxes.
You know what a 1031 credit swap is, BSR?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Could you explain that to me?
So the 1031 credit swap is more of like that's like the it's similar to the 1099, right?
No.
How not?
It's completely. I'm asking you. those are two different, completely things. If there was two different credit swaps, all the reasons why would be the same thing.
It's very similar to the 1031.
What does a 1031 credit swap entail? What's the assets that you can actually credit swap?
So you're swapping from my understanding is that you're swapping property, right?
In regards to 1031C.
Yeah, no, 1031 is you're swapping property. So you're fronting your property.
Do you understand what it used to be before they changed it?
No, I don't.
You used to be able to art. To art and assets. Now it's just specifically. That's why the same thing they say. Well, Trump never paid his taxes because he owns a bunch of real estate, so he did 1031C credit swaps. That's why they blame him to say he never paid his taxes because he basically did an obvious loophole in the tax.
Well, he blatantly told the American people that
Obama was the one.
I can do this shit. And this is that's
no. But we were talking about 1033.
No, I was talking about 1099 originally.
No, 1099 is that same. 1031C is you could basically at one point you could swap out your taxes on your credit on art.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Trump was the one who removed that. Obama was the one who actually extended the availability for you guys. So if you bought a $30 million painting, you could defer your taxes because you bought a painting.
Right, and that's why what Trump is saying is like, this is the reason why I'm not paying taxes right now. Because like, they've allowed me to have all these fucking radars.
Yeah, I feel like we're talking past each other. My bad. I don't know how I'm arguing with you. My bad.
Sport, but hang on, sport. That's a lot of the problem because they say something, but they say it from a different viewpoint, even though it's the exact same thing. And that's the reason why so much of the right and the left talk past each other.
Yes.
Is because they're saying literally the exact same thing, but they're not understanding it because they only get it from one perspective. They're not getting it from both sides.
Right.
Yeah, it's
right.
not usually a battle of ideas or ideologies. It's a battle of like simply like innate personalities.
Oh, well, also welcome to panel, Dr.
What did you say?
Politics, in most cases, especially when it comes to like one-on-one conversations or like small groups, is not actually a battle of ideas or like concepts or policy. It's actually a battle of just innate personality traits.
That's kind of fair, to be honest.
I can agree and disagree with that.
I can
exactly.
push back on that.
I can agree and disagree.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, look, when you guys at the end of every single year, at the end of every single fiscal year, if you guys get a return on taxes, you're not paying taxes. I'm sorry. You have other people that are paying your taxes. That's what allows you to get a return. That's
not true at all.
What do you mean that's not true? What do you mean that's not true?
I mean, well, look, you're paying the taxes up front, but then you get the return. But for that little while, they're still using your money. It's like keeping money in the bank.
Yeah, but Bill Hicks, do you know that you can claim dependence on all that stuff, and that can actually adjust how you get your tax return?
You know, I have no idea about economics. I'll be upfront with that.
BSR, though. When we do pay taxes, holy shit!
What the fuck was that?
Dr. Pepper, don't do us like that. Having a constructive conversation, doing fucking magic tricks over here.
Dude, what was that?
Yo, BSR, real quick. BSR, do you think the taxes actually pay to anything that are entitlements or our national debt?
No, they pay to our military, which is why we
Do they?
Yes, they do. Yep, absolutely.
Or I'm sure all of us here are familiar with fractional reserve banking and basically just paying off the interest on fiat currency too, yeah? That's a big part of it, I'm sure.
No, I'm going to stand up for the Canadians and I'm going to say it goes to the maple syrup Canadian Reserve.
That's actually really funny. Fucking, what's your fucking name, Blair? That's fucking funny as shit.
Hey, I gotta keep it light in the chat.
My point being is, all this is a big money Ponzi laundering scheme.
Yeah, it is. It
That's all
is.
it is. They're just stealing us. They're just stealing from us, and it goes nowhere.
Because here's the thing, you see what people have to realize when with geopolitics. Every single country you have to look at it as a business, because that's exactly what it is. Every single country that is on the world stage is a business.
That's a business you can fire people.
No. Grid. Let him go on because I agree with him on this point, and hence the reason why I think so many people voted for Donald Trump in the first place in 2016 is because he was a businessman and he understands how to deal with debt.
Exactly.
The thing is, it's a game that we're all implicated in, and last person that tried to say something against that got one bullet go through one side of his head and then another go through the other. So we got to play the game and leverage it.
His name was John F. Kennedy.
He shot himself twice, which is crazy. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, YouTube. By the way, this is not. We're talking about Fortnite, by the way.
Yeah.
We're talking about Fortnite. So this guy in Fortnite, he found out that there was a bunch of money laundering across the whole geopolitical scale, and he bought it out. And unfortunately, what happened was when he dropped down on the bus, he got shot twice in the head. But
magic bullet.
He somehow shot himself in the left temple, and then he said, "Oh wait, that didn't work. I'm gonna shoot myself in the right temple too." So that's exactly what happened. YouTube, you can't say shit because we're talking about Fortnite. That's what we're talking about.
So we're all know we're under the thumb of this globalist banking thing. So what, play the game, like to leverage it until we tap out all the resources of the whole world. It's all vampirism. It's economic fucking.
Well, we're
theft.
We're absolutely gonna play the game because that's what
well, let's play the.
Hang on. Sport. Let me interject real quick.
Go on.
Sports. So let's put this into somewhat of a current context. So have you all seen the movie I Am Legend?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
So everybody's seen I Am Legend.
No.
So at what point? Wait. Hang on.
Movie. It's a good movie.
And the book's even better.
Yep.
So, at what point do we say that the taxpayers are the vampires?
I'm not saying that.
Wait, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that at all.
Wait. Let me break it down for you guys. Okay, so you guys have seen the movie, right? The book is again completely different from.
It is, Charles. Yeah.
And the book is about fucking a guy who basically ends vampires. Okay.
But he is known as Legend because he is the one that the vampires tell nightmares about.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Exactly. So my point is, at what point do all of us as tax-paying citizens, regardless of what country we live in, we stand up and we say, hey, y'all federal bullshit is enough. We're tired of your shit. And we become the vampires.
Okay, so Blair, here's the thing, right? Is we're not the vampires because income tax was supposed to be a very specific thing in World War II.
No, it was actually for Civil War.
Yeah, it's actually way before that.
No, look, I understand that, but you can't actually. But here's the thing: is that at the time, what happened was is that they couldn't qualify everyone because not everyone had a fucking birth certificate and a social security number, so you couldn't actually.
Well, it's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. So back in the day, fucking income tax was meant to be like the top 2% of the population, like the most wealthy people were supposed to go and pay income tax, right?
Which is what's happening right now.
Hang on. Then along came fucking World War I. Then along came the Depression. Then World War II. Then by the 1950s, it was just a normal thing. And off the top of my head, I think you guys in America right now, I think 6% of the population actually pay income tax. The rest of them don't.
Yes.
You know, so, and yeah, this was meant to be like a temporary measure, and funny how temporary measures seem to become permanent.
Yeah. Like the Patriot Act.
Exactly. It's funny how things become permanent. That's what I'm saying.
Wait.
So what I'm saying is that, hold on 1 second, Scorpio.
You go on, yes, sir.
So what I'm saying is that what people don't actually realize is that when they say tax the rich and everything like that, they're already fucking doing that. That's the reason why that whenever you fucking pay taxes every single year, this is the reason why that you can claim a benefit to your taxes. They are strictly the only reason that happens. Now, if they change the tax laws and they said, okay, well, hold on, we're not going to have all the corporations pay all the taxes, we're not going to have all the billionaires and millionaires paying taxes, we're actually going to have the middle class, the upper middle class, they're going to start paying taxes. Then all
Makes
of a sudden,
tariffs great again.
well,
Yes.
No.
Hell yes.
But here's now, hold on 1 second. The tariffs is a whole fucking different ballgame.
Yes, sir. I can't wait to.
Well, the question is though, you guys fucking.
No, Charles,
Charles, don't interrupt. Let him finish.
After me, it's you.
So what I'm saying is that yes, all of us as Americans, yes, we do pay federal tax. Yes, we pay federal taxes on everything. When we go to the grocery store, we pay federal taxes. When we go to the gas station, we pay federal taxes. Absolutely, we absolutely do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, is what I'm saying is that the reason why we have tax returns is strictly because of the millionaires and billionaires that are in the country, and also the corporations that have, what is it, a fucking 24% tax rate, which is fucking retarded, by the way. But yes, that's what happens.
So by that logic, what you're saying is that when all the politicians stand up and say, "Oh, the rich need to pay their fair share," they're already paying more of their fair share. By what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. No. And all I'm doing is clarifying what you're saying.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure.
Exactly what I'm saying. So
okay,
when you have the scumbag Democrats that say, "Oh, I'm only making $40,000 a year because I'm a barista at fucking Starbucks, and all the rich people should pay everything." They're already fucking doing that. Is what I'm saying. They're already doing it.
Okay. Awesome.
So I'll bet that all of us Americans that are on this panel probably all agree on the same shit.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Wait. I actually don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. No, I don't. There is the idea. I didn't even explain myself yet, sir. Come on, dude.
No, it's alright. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, wait. I'm fine with being retarded after I explain my point.
You're right.
I might not be right, but I'll at least call me retarded after I say retarded.
Sport, just so you know, you and I have already had religious conversations. You and I are both retarded, just so you know.
Fair enough. I'm cool with that.
Hey, don't expect to school us on all that. So we can't say shit.
My point being is, all of these taxes that we pay, even if it's like okay, we're saying 60% out of 40% are paying taxes, right? With the majority of that going to the upper percentage, right? BSR?
Wait, hold on. Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
Okay, 60% out of the 40% are paying taxes. There's 40% of people who are paying zero taxes.
No, I would say 40%.
And the scale.
Taxes, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. 6% out of the 6% are not paying taxes.
40%
are paying taxes.
Yes.
Okay, and on top of that, the top, like let's say, I don't know, 5% are paying the most taxes. Where is the tax money going other than it's just an extortion policy because they're not funding the government? Because every time the government says we're out of money, they don't go, well, let's raise taxes. They go, let's print off more money.
Well, herein lies the problem, Smoker. So when the Pentagon tells you that they lost $1 billion,
that goes into
no.
They
Wait,
didn't actually.
wait one second. Before you.
That's kind of a sequitur. It's not actually a. I'm trying to explain myself. Can I answer the question? Can I answer the question? Okay. So when you talk about the Pentagon, we actually have to do an actual audit on what they're actually spending the money on. As far as we know, every audit has gone fucking nowhere.
Did they do the actual audit? Did they do
No,
it?
never.
Correct.
It's never been. Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you.
Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. The audit's been done, but they failed the audit for the last fucking 15 years.
Wait, hold on one second. The audit hasn't been done because they can't locate the fucking billion. It's actually
If they fail the audit, there's no audit.
They can't locate where all their assets are. That's
100%. That's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Because if they audit you, they'll find you down to the time.
Hold on one second. I'll come back to you. You're asking where your money's going to. That's where it is. The thing is, the problem is that the American people don't say, where's our money going to? We don't fucking do that. We don't do it.
The money goes nowhere. We're just
correct. Yeah, it can go wherever the fuck they want to. That's the problem.
It's an extortion fee for being an American.
Can I jump in?
Because the idea, if I can finish this real quick, if I can finish.
Go on.
Okay, so every time the government runs out of money, right, do they either print off more money from the Federal Reserve or do they increase taxes?
They print off more money than the Federal Reserve, which
exactly. So what does that do to our currency?
Hold on.
What does that do to our currency?
This is the thing.
It devaluates our currency.
Exactly, which actually.
So there's no point in paying taxes.
To increasing.
It's extortion.
This is what it.
Where does the money go? It's not going to pay off.
Can I jump in?
Charles, wait.
All of our money that we're paying the taxes, all the money we're paying the taxes did not go to any kind of tax debt. It can barely cover the interest rate because their interest rate's damn near on GDP at this point. Yeah. So the point being is, it's an extortion scheme. There's no actual funding of this. It's all ran through centralized banking.
Well, hang on, Grid. I'm going to take a historical standpoint on
Why are
this.
you saying grid, by the way?
Yeah,
it's Grid.
Sorry, sport.
No, it's grid one's not in the
Yeah, no, sorry, sport. Hey, I'm like 2 cases in, okay, so just give me a break. So,
nice. Cheers, mate.
Hey, cheers, motherfucker.
Cheers, everybody.
Can I jump in yet or what?
No, Charles, hang on a second. Let me make a point, and then you can jump in. So, sport. Do you realize that this actually started back in World War II times? Okay, all right. I just want to know that like everybody on this panel agrees that from a 1950 standpoint, this is what it's moved to.
Yeah.
By
Okay.
the way, I want to jump in here real quick. This is why Mr. Ray, he invests in numismatics, because he knows exactly right. Because he knows that fucking gold and fucking diamonds, all that shit, that's gonna fucking carry you over the American dollar. That's literally what it is.
Can I go now?
Yes, Charles.
Look, we don't. Are you wearing any pants? We don't care, mate. No, all right, continue.
Pants are off. They're not coming back on anytime soon. I'll tell you that one right now. But no, here's the question that you guys have to go and ask yourselves, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but apparently fucking if you go and do any sort of transaction over $600, you have to go and report that you fucking did that transaction to the IRS.
No, that's not true. It's $9,999.
Well, okay, fair enough. Could be wrong on that one, but the other question, the other question that I have to go and ask is, okay, do you not wonder why all of a sudden they got 80,000 IRS agents and now they've actually given them weapons? Like,
Yeah.
do you not think that's a bit of a fucking issue for you guys?
Oh
at this
no,
point in time?
100% it's an issue.
Well, no, that's a compounding issue because it's like look at what happened with the bank hack, on the unlimited
Chase
money
Bank.
hack. Yeah, thank you.
Chase
Unlimited Gas Bank hack. The scammers that we have right now are increasing by a level of the fact.
Well, but there's more to it than that though, even sport, because it has to do with the fact that when you hire that many IRS agents, and the core principle of it is they're going to come after the middle class, because the middle class is the bulk of the tax-paying citizens in the United States. So therefore, they need more IRS agents to come after the bulk of the tax-paying class. And that's the reason why I love the statement, is you don't have level 5 plates, you better not come knock on my door.
I don't know what that is, but sounds interesting. But,
that means essentially.
I thought it was sport. I thought that makes you laugh.
I like that. I like that a lot.
It's not 26 too. That's
Yeah, AKs don't mean shit to me.
But here's the question though, like fucking the average person in America right now, if the IRS sends them a bill saying you owe us fucking this amount of money, they don't have the money to go and like hire a lawyer and fucking fight that in court or anything. It's a case of, well, you just pay that fucking bill, right? No one's gonna fucking go along and try and fight the IRS because they've got the government behind them, they've got lots of lawyers, and you as the average person can't afford to go along and fight that case. And I think that could be a real issue down the track. You know?
100%, Charles.
So
Yeah,
Charles, you're not wrong. So one second. So let me just take this really quick, and then everyone can continue with me. So Charles, so Charles, you're not wrong. So let's say that the IRS sends you a letter and say, hey, you owe us X money. Now the great thing about the United States law system is that everything goes really fucking slow. So what's going to happen is that let's say that you didn't have the money to afford a lawyer, but because it's a federal fucking problem. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna say, well, guess what? I don't have any money to afford a lawyer, so I want the federal government to pay for my fucking lawyer. And now that lawyer, he wants to make a name for himself, so he's gonna work his fucking ass off, his or her ass off. Hopefully it's a fucking woman, because apparently women can get away with anything in fucking court in the United States.
Way to be open.
Yeah, no.
That's fair.
But honestly, so if you have a federal, this is the funny thing. What essentially you're asking is that the federal government is suing you. They're suing you for fucking money that they think that you owe them. So what you can do is that you say, oh, you have no money, but by the way, I want this federal lawyer who represents the country to represent me. And if you disagree, if you say that, oh, this lawyer sucks, you can request at your own right another lawyer. So let's say that the other lawyer is
hang on.
Hold on. Wait,
Charles, let him finish.
So let's say that the second lawyer that you get is great, is fantastic. They're trying to make a name for themselves, like what I said. So not only is the federal government trying to sue you, but the federal government is also paying for your fucking lawyer fees, which is the fucking funniest thing. And the thing is, at the end of the day, if you paid all your taxes up until that point, and you maybe owe them like $5, you can actually, in return, sue the United States government and say, unfortunately, like you've taken all my you've really upset me. So I can sue you for damages and all that stuff. And guess what happens? You get fucking money in fucking return. more times than not, unless you're like a Wolf of Wall Street dude, more times than not, you will win against the federal government. More times than not.
It sounds amazing and everything, but honestly,
I'm not saying it sounds amazing.
Charles, hang on, Charles.
That's an option for people. Because most people, if they get that bit of paper in the mail, I wouldn't know what the fuck they're
Charles, you're missing. See, and here's the thing. You're missing the point because you're an Australian and your Bill of Rights is different from the American Bill of Rights.
We don't have a Bill of Rights.
Gives us the point of actually bending the government over a barrel and sticking it to them every chance we get.
Exactly.
That is the whole purpose of our founding fathers and the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. That is where you differ from the United States.
The thing is, most people are uneducated about that, though.
Exactly, 100%. Most people don't understand the rights that they actually have, and because most tax-paying citizens do not exercise their tax-paying rights, they do not take advantage of the government.
Right. And I asked, how many people actually know what they can go and do? And this is the thing, like the average person is not going to go and realise what they can and cannot do.
That's why we have these podcasts. We're breaking the conditioning.
Sounds better now.
We're breaking the conditioning. Fucking Bill Hicks is fucking fantastic.
Hey, and being I'm going to leave on a high note because I'm out of beer, I'm going to bed because it's 3:30 in the morning.
Yo,
So,
have a good night.
peace out, y'all.
It's been amazing talking to you.
Yeah, good chat.
It was good. It was
Take
good.
care. God bless.
Looking forward to talking to you again.
All right, peace.
Have a good one.
So essentially, so Charles, just really quick, so just in like you have what's called a state defender. So like let's say that the state gives you a speeding ticket and you got the speeding ticket unlawfully. The state has to pay for your defense, by the way, which is crazy. And this goes all the way up to the federal government. So what I'm saying to you is that yes, sure. Is it terrible that the fucking IRS sends you a letter and says, hey, you guys owe me a bunch of fucking money and you pay that now? Yeah, of course, it's fucking terrible. The thing is that you can have the federal government pay for your own defense, and more often than not, you will actually win. Because the thing is that the biggest flaw in the United States tax system is that me and Scorpion, and also Mr. Below, we have to calculate our own taxes, right? So the government is imposing us to calculate our own taxes while they actually know the exact amount that we owe. So if we fucked off 1 cent, but they probably wouldn't do it. But let's just say that we fucked off 1 cent, right? They're gonna come after us and say, hey, guess what? You owe us 1 cent. But the fucking fantastic thing is that the federal government also has to pay for our defense. So what more often than not, what you see, and again, this is what you can really look this up in any federal court. This is why the United States has the worst fucking retention rate with lawyers, is because they always fucking lose. Because the United States. Hold on, one second.
You're good. Good. Go on.
So the thing is that if you have a federal, essentially what you have is you have a federal AG before they're an AG, which is an attorney general, which is they run pretty much everything in the state. So all the AGs, if you look up like anytime there's an attorney general in the United States with any state or anything like that, all of their cases are against the federal government, all of them. And the thing is that they always fucking win. Because the thing is that the federal government, it's very simple. The federal government knows that you owe, let's say, $2,000 in taxes, and you only paid $1,999 in taxes. So what they can do is very simply just say, oh, this is entrapment. And once they say it's entrapment, then they're fucked. This is why you see, like, it's very rare With like debtor's prison doesn't really exist in the United States. This is why. It's strictly because of this.
It doesn't exist at all.
It does, right? Exactly. It exists. It exists in words on the Constitution.
Well,
but it doesn't actually exist.
It's very limited. Yeah, it's a very limited extent.
Right.
Like, very limited. So
anyways, what I was saying, just really quick. So Charles, just going with what I was saying to you, man, is that even if that happens, man, it's not a big deal. That's all I was trying to say. It's really not a big deal.
That's what we don't.
Yeah. It's a big deal if, like, you as a person, you have to go up against the United States, but at the end of the day, you can just have the United States pay for your fucking defense, and you're gonna, and more often than not, unless you're a fucking billionaire or millionaire, you're gonna win.
It blows my mind. Like, honestly, like, fucking, as you said, like, in you said, okay, you didn't pay that 1 cent. They're gonna go through all that bullshit just to go along and lose.
I was using that as an example. They're probably not gonna go after you for that. Honestly, you can have back taxes and maybe like 25 cents and maybe never connect them. I'm talking about like the people. I'm talking about the people who are racking up like $100 grand, $300 grand, $1 million. Those are the people that really have to fucking pay attention.
In taxes, right?
Yeah,
federal
exactly.
taxes.
Yeah, in federal taxes. Yeah. Those are the people that have to pay attention.
Yeah.
So they didn't really give a shit about the middle class. They really don't. They really don't give a shit about the middle class. Truthfully.
So there's some level of
and I didn't pay taxes for 1 year, and I can say this publicly. I didn't pay taxes for one fucking year. And the thing is that once I graduated up from the middle class to the upper echelon, which is according to the tax code in the fucking United States, I actually paid more than I had to. So if they ever came back at me, all I have to say is like, yeah, I'm gonna pay for a public defender, a federal public defender, and I'm gonna fucking win. And by the way, you guys are gonna owe me some fucking money. That's why they're never going to come after me. Never.
Well, also if you leverage your credit.
Well, leveraging your credit is actually a pretty tough thing because that's a third party from the United States, so they can actually use that.
Well, the thing is they can't do shit at all.
Right,
third party creditor, exactly. They can't do shit at all. You can find leverage a debt consolidation firm.
You can leverage your credit if you have an over an 800 credit score. That's the only time you can leverage your credit. Other than that, you can't leverage your credit at all.
Well, to a certain extent.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You can't leverage your credit.
You can have a 750. You think you can't do that over 800?
No, I don't think you can.
You don't have
fairly certain you can.
Leverage credit thing, because I'm not entirely sure what that is.
Well, in America, if you max out your credit cards, you can't pay your debt. Credit card companies can't do fuck all. When they call you and say, "Hey, you owe us money," you just go, "Oh, I do. How about $20?"
How about $20?
Oh my God!
$20 a month for 100 years.
So
then you go leverage. You put the whole debt onto another company. They mark it down. Depreciate the rate so that you basically owe $2,000 on 20,000.
Yeah.
Is it like
exactly
when they call you when the credit card companies call you and say like you better pay this off because you're real deep in the shit, you go, oh my God, can I just give you $20 right now?
Or you just
I got.
Or you just
I'm real hard up right now for cash.
Yeah, or you just say you can pay it off. Yeah. Exactly.
Basically just tell them to suck the dick. Basically, they can't do fucking anything. They can't put a lien against your house. Only the federal taxes, or they can actually put a lien against your house and whatnot.
Exactly.
So that's called debt maxing.
Yeah, don't be that fucking douchebag. Don't be that fucking.
We call it bank.
Well, you know what? Hey, aren't we all that fucking douchebag?
Well, I'm not that fucking douchebag.
Hey, well, how many family members have you had die for this country?
I've had 3 personally.
I've had all of them. That's hyperbole. That's hyperbole. I take that back. Yeah, it's hyperbole. I take that
because your mom definitely did the job.
Nah.
Yeah.
You don't know my mom's combat reputation.
Hey, your mom might be in the military, but I know for a fucking fact she didn't die.
No, taking her out.
Yeah, there it is. Hey, you fucker.
You're good. You're good to be a side, so I like it. Yeah. That refers back to the whole national thing, right? That's the same thing we're doing with the national
No, it actually doesn't. You're shopping.
Oh, really? You think? Wait, BSR. You think China, when they call, hey, you open it up, pay us quick? You think we give a shit?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That doesn't actually fucking matter. Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
The national debt doesn't fucking matter at all.
This is why Russia and China tried to. They had their fucking summit where they tried to make a currency that's bigger than the American dollar. So guess what? Unfortunately, that can't fucking happen because guess what? What we're trying to fucking do is based on the American dollar. Because guess what? When the Soviet Union collapsed, guess what fucking happened? We sent rocket and roll over there, and we sent all of our fucking money over there. So we're based. So guess what? As much as all the fucking Russians, they want to fucking say that they have all this fucking money, they don't have shit. They're based on our fucking dollar. And the funny thing is that when we sent it, wait, hold on. When we sent in a bunch of support, when Japan was essentially, let's say, deleting, I would say like 60% of the Chinese population. Guess what happened? We swooped in really quick and said, here's a bunch of fucking Sherman tanks, and how about you guys fight all the fucking Japs? So literally, all these people that are saying that like, oh, we're gonna try to base on we're gonna try to like get away from the fucking dollar. Well, unfortunately for you, your entire fucking economy is based on the U.S. dollar. So get fucked, you stupid bastards. Because that's what dude.
Have you not been paying attention about what China's been doing for like the last 5 years, where they're dumping US bonds? Like they're dribbling them out very, very slowly because they don't want to go and crash anything anytime soon. But they're getting rid of US bonds.
Charles, where are they dumping the US bonds, by the way? And they can't sell it back to the United States. So where are they dumping the US bonds?
Well, as far as I understand, that's what they're doing, and they're doing it very, very slowly. That's the whole BRICS thing,
which is also Chinese.
Well, the thing is though,
the economic backing support.
But the thing is though, that BRICS nations, if they get their shit together, currently I think there's roughly 40-something different countries who are signed up for BRICS, and they're talking about a currency based on gold, and you have to sort of wonder.
Work out at all.
No.
Wait, BSR.
Hear me out. Just let me speak.
BSR, let me go next after Charles.
Currently, that's what they're trying to go and do, and they're signing up other countries, and last I heard, they're actually getting very, very close to something that is actually a viable option. As I said, they're dumping US Treasury bonds because effectively, somewhere down the line, they probably won't be worth a whole lot of anything. Okay, you can use them to wipe your ass. But I am concerned about, what will happen and how that will take place. I don't know if it'll be a case where we end up in a major war where, okay, all of a sudden all bets are off, but we won't win that war. I'll tell you that one for free. So, I'm serious. Yeah.
Charles, 1 second. Wait, I know Spobrand, I know that you want to say something, but
no, you go. You feel free, BSR.
The best person to answer this question is Mr. Roulette, if he's here.
Why not? Good point. Very good point.
Mr. Roulette?
If we could defer to Mr. Roulette. What's your question? Gold reserves and taking all of the world's, taking in the majority of the world's currencies and backing it by gold. Is that feasible? In your opinion?
Okay, Mr. Boulay has 3 laws of reality. Possibility,
probability, and what the vast majority of this community, that I believe, is delusionality. Y'all are delusional.
How so?
I'm kidding, it's a joke. But, yeah,
I got you. Damn it, Mr. Belay, you funny son of a bitch.
I personally would love to see the United States and many countries around the world go back on a gold standard, because that will only increase the value of my gold. The problem is, compare how much physical gold the United States has in its cognates, it's far less than what we have.
Yes.
So even if we cashed out all the gold we have in our hands, we would still have a debt, and we have no means to back the full faith and authority of the value of the U.S. dollar. And everybody says, "Oh, it's petro-based, blah 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 blah." To some extent, yes. But the problem is, what happens when that dries out? And the reason I say that is because you ever heard of BRICS? It's
that's what I was talking about.
Of India, South America, South Africa,
Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and I think there's like another 40 countries in that whole thing.
Right. Well, they're on a mission, and they're succeeding to take over because right now the national currency for the world is the U.S. dollar. So when when Bulgaria wants to trade with, with Japan, they don't trade, Japanese yen with whatever the currency is in Bulgaria. No, they actually trade U.S. dollars. Well, this BRICS conglomerate wants to take that over, and instead of being backed by oil, it's being backed by gold. This is why these countries in the BRICS conglomerate, they are buying up gold like you wouldn't believe. If you don't believe me, go look it up.
I think China just bought, I think it was 25,000 tons of gold in the last 12 months. So
yep. Well, that's what's driving us spot prices for people like gold for anyway. So,
China's artificially inflating gold price.
It's not feasible unless, and this is the okay, I'm putting on the delusion, unless the government decides they're going to reenact or establish a new executive order 1602 or
6. I think you're right. Not
which is the Gold Act of, well, not Gold Act, but executive order signed by FDR in 1933, which confiscated all gold from U.S. citizens. The reason he did that is because he had the authority from the 1917 Trade with an Enemy Act, which was passed by Congress, that gave the government powers to stop any American, individual citizen, or business from selling goods and services to foreign powers that we are not aligned with. And by the way, side note, this eventually evolved to what we call ITAR today, where companies and individuals cannot sell military-grade equipment to foreign powers without permission of the government. So you can trace it back to the 1917. By the way, what's neat about that, for you numerologists out there, that act passed by Congress, signed by Woodrow Wilson, it was signed on April 6, 1917. No, excuse me. We declared war on Germany, World War I, on April 6, 1917. That act was signed by Wilson in October 6th. Yeah, April 6th, October 6th of 1917. So it was 4 full months when it was enacted. So you numerologists can run with that. All right, so we're building this up.
All right, I'm breaking it down right now. I'll find the significance. Just give me a couple of minutes. Fuck numerology stuff.
Now, Roosevelt has the authority of the 1917 Act. Why? Because we were still under a state of war and it was never repealed. So technically, from 1917 up to literally to the days before World War II, we were still technically in a state of war. Well, FDR used that to then go to Congress and say, hey, we need to help do a couple of things. First, we need to pass this thing we call the Federal Reserve Act, which created the Federal Reserve. Damn it.
Right. Right.
Because by having them in place, now the government has the ability to control the flow of money in the United States. At that point, they didn't have a centralized banking government. Now they do. So, FDR, now, at the time when he started all this, he now has the authority, going back to the Act of 1917, we have the Federal Reserve Act, I think it was, I forgot the year. And by using those two, he was able to establish his executive order of 6102 to take everybody's gold. Now, why did he need to do that? Go back to the Federal Reserve Act. Under that law, the Federal Reserve must have at least 40% of gold to back every dollar printed. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So 40% of all the fiat money that goes out, 40% of that has to be backed up by gold, and birth of the Fort Knox and that jazz, but that's not important. So we were on, technically speaking, we were on a gold standard from that point when the Federal Reserve was created, 40%, but it's still somewhat of a gold reserve. Now, by capping cash at that 40% go back, that means the Federal Reserve, by law, cannot print more money than
One until Nixon, right?
Yeah, it was later down. Yeah, Nixon decided, well,
So once you remove the backing, that's basically just a Ponzi scheme, yeah? Because you don't ever need to pay out like the supposed value that's in circulation.
Yeah,
it's never really there.
Yep. It was a quarter Nixon. I get that part mixed up. But yeah, they took us completely off the gold reserve. Instead, we became the petrol reserve. So, okay, well, let me get back to the I'll finish this.
I'm sorry.
And by the way, we're turning this into a part 1, part 2, probably part 3 video on my channel talking about 333 gold and
I'm so for it.
All right.
You've got a channel. I've got to subscribe. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, for real.
I'm enjoying this.
I'm gonna wrap it up right here. So back to 1933. Why did FDR have to take American gold?
World War II?
Because he needed money immediately that wasn't available in his budget.
Yes. Now take it one step further. Why were we running out of money at that point?
Because we were producing without paying the actual workforce. I don't know how to explain it.
The Depression.
Just say he was a bright fuck. Just say he was a bright fuck. Simple as that.
Yeah. Two things. Well, the biggest thing was we were still technically recovering for World War I. So, and we were expanding, obviously. But because of the Depression...
Fuck that guy.
Actually, I have beef with FDR.
No, fuck FDR also.
Well, what did he create? All those new deals, right?
Yes.
It helped build roads, it helped build bridges,
That was based on the Lend-Lease Act.
What? The dam?
Yes, actually.
What, the Depression?
No. So World War I was essentially just based on other countries paying us to provide them with manufacturing.
Well, that was actually
it was World War I because the Brits they couldn't make enough Mark IV tanks, so we started producing. So that's where it started.
That gets into like nuts and butters. Yeah, go on, Mr. Blake. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, so
anyways,
FDR implemented all the what do you call it? Anyway, he created all these social programs, build roads, build bridges, build dams, and he also created Social Security. Right?
Yeah, the worst fucking thing.
Exactly. Well, we have to fund all this stuff. These bridges were built, the dams, and then start Social Security. And I'll take one step further. They even knew that there was potentially a second World War coming, but they weren't 100% Sure, but they wanted to hedge their bets. Well, go back to the Federal Reserve Act. What did I say about printing money? By that law, you have to have what, 40% gold to back up the currency? What do you think we are running out of because of all this spending? Gold. Exactly. We didn't have enough gold to back up the money that the Reserve told the government we need to print more if you want us to spend and fund all this stuff. And here's the motivator. Government needing more gold. Damn.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now. So real quick.
Yeah, cheers.
So I'm gonna show a video that apparently been sent by. I'm gonna throw it on the bus right now. So hold on one second. Show screen.
Nice. Yo, shut up.
Did I answer the question, by the way?
You did. No, dude, that was the best. I cannot wait for your three-part series on that. That was so good. That was so fucking good.
I want to see the next part. I want to see the next part.
That was doing great. I didn't even know about the trade with the Enemy Act and all that. Even the Federal Reserve, that was one thing I was curious. When did the Federal Reserve, when did it get started? And I was like putting all this together. And this is not conspiracy. Go look this stuff up. That's what I did. And I'm like, this law was passed, and this is what they did.
I really appreciate this conversation. I just hope that this being run on Jess's channel, she's not going to get two strange bullet holes, she'll be right.
She'll be fine.
She's protected by koala bears and spiders and great white sharks.
No, the whole start of the Federal Reserve was on Jekyll Island, off the coast of Georgia. That's where people. That's the actual spot in which they also initiated this whole idea. Was in Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. It still exists today. Yes, there's a bunch of weird esoteric occult stuff that had to do with that. But if you look into Jekyll Island, it gets really bizarre. The same way with the Titanic. Are you familiar? The main guys who disagreed with the central banking system, they were all on that boat when it went down. Interesting enough, right?
Conspiracy.
Hey, it gets into spooky stuff. The world's much more complicated than we think it is, to be honest. We understand. Yes.
That's what FDR called it, the New Deal. Social Security, the building bridges and roads. Yeah, it was the New Deal, I believe. Anyway, I'm sorry.
well, the main central banking idea started from Jekyll. You can still go to there. It's the same thing as Bohemian Grove, whatnot. It's the same level of conspiracy with that type of stuff.
No, I see where you come from with that. Yeah, that's fair.
It gets spooky. My main point was that we cannot go back to a gold standard. It's impossible. There's not enough gold in the world. They're just not.
A super long ass spur. That's the bottom line. We can't. It's physically, literally, it's physically not possible. We don't have enough
physically
gold.
not possible. Yeah. We could possibly go back to a silver. We could go to a silver standard.
We could, but you know how much physical silver that would take?
A lot. Yeah, it would take a lot. It would take a lot.
Question: What?
There might be that much in the world, though.
What if the world population was decreased in some way, shape, or form, say by a big war? No. You see where I'm coming from with that one? Yeah. So I would not be surprised if that's what we call them elites, but they're absolute elites. But I would not be surprised if that's
the main game.
Yeah,
we call them the predator class. They're called the predator class.
Thank you, Bill Hicks. That's a much better. It's a much better name for them.
So we don't have enough gold for the population as it stands, but
to go back to the gold. If you took all the gold in the world, don't know if you're familiar with the Empire State Building, right? There's a podium. I'm sorry, the Statue of Liberty. So if you took all the gold in the whole world, you could make the Empire State Building's. No, I'm sorry, I'm saying that. The Statue of Liberty's podium out of gold. That's all the gold there is in the world. There's not really that much.
I actually saw a graphic about that where they said, okay, in France, that fucking tower thing they've got, they said this is all the gold.
If you diversify the metals though, there would be much more availability to it, right? So they're missing out on other metals like platinum and palladium, and plus silver. So if you diversified it into precious metals.
I'm sharing the screen. This is Arby Coleman. This is with you on the play. So
awesome. Thank you.
You're so funny. You're like a stand-up comedian.
Dollars were created out of thin air day after day, and at any point the whole system could collapse. Oh, you wouldn't be surprised? Oh, then I guess let's just... Wait. But what I just said was the truth. It is something called fractional reserve banking, otherwise known as the infinite money glitch. Here's how it works. When someone deposits $1,000 in the bank does not hold on to all of that money. Rather, the bank will just need 10%, $100 as reserves, and loan out the rest, $900 to other people or companies, charging interest on the loan, making additional money in the bank. The lendee, or the person that took out the $900 loan, then goes on to spend that money. To simplify the scenario, we'll say that that person with a $900 loan immediately paid someone else that $900. At this point, looking at this small financial system, there's a total of $1,900 in circulation, but the bank only has $100 in reserves. But here's where the endless money glitch occurs. The person that was paid the $900 then goes to deposit $900 in the bank again, starting the process all over. The bank would keep 10%, $90, and then loan out the remaining $810. Then, the person with the $810 loan would pay someone else who then deposits that money into the bank. The bank then keeps another 10%, loans out the rest, and the cycle continues. This cycle of monetary multiplication is called the monetary multiplier effect, or the infinite money glitch. In this example, $1,000 in initial capital can be transformed into $10,000 in the economy, all or nothing. $9,000 created out of thin air. Add a few zeros to those numbers and you can start to understand how much money in an economy can simply be created through fractional reserve banking. This infinite money glitch occurs because banks only have to retain a certain percentage of deposit due to liquidity requirements. The rest of the money they can go out and make money with lending. In practice, the system of fractional reserves can create an infinite money glitch if lending and borrowing becomes irresponsible and pervasive enough throughout society. The infinite money glitch is also metaphorically the stacking of financial dominoes. If all of the depositors were to want their money back at one time, all paid run, the bank wouldn't have the funds to pay everyone back. This is why government-backed insurance, like FDIC, is a necessary protection on bank deposits. In simple terms, this is how the fractional reserve banking system works. It's the system in place by most modern economies, including the U.S. The exact cash-on-hand requirements for banks in the U.S. is set by the Federal Reserve, the central bank, which will often put banks through stress tests, simulating potential bank run scenarios or financial collapse scenarios to ensure that a banking crisis doesn't occur. This level of safety is usually enough to ensure the infinite money glitch in modern banking doesn't unravel the whole system. Usually. China is currently seeing their fractional reserve banking system fall apart as real estate loans made on fraudulent real estate are crumbling. The fractional reserve banking system is susceptible to financial fraud or misrepresentation of loans, and if the bank lends out this infinite money thinking it's all going to trustworthy borrowers, then it assumes it will get most of it back. However, if all of the trustworthy buyers end up having to declare bankruptcy, then the bank is just out of luck and hooked. This is what the stress test the Federal Reserve puts U.S. banks through. past. The central bank has default rate numbers that it simulates banks' abilities to remain liquid through. However, when anomalous and unexpected default rates occur, usually due to fraud, the system can collapse. All of this, of course, is oversimplified, but it speaks to underscore the fundamental principle to modern banking, fractional reserve banking, and the infinite money glitch that it creates.
Oh, great video.
Perfect. Look at that, huh?
That's this video. Very concise. I actually learned some stuff from it. I didn't know some of this stuff.
I mean, that's why it's a whole Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, that's fine. Mrs. D, I'm not drinking my stew.
That's me, Miss D. That's me. Don't confuse PSR with me. Come on. Come on. No, but that's 100% true.
Yeah,
Hey, guys.
that whole bricks thing. Sorry.
No, that's alright. All I said was hello.
Okay,
That whole he thinks the financial well-being of Americans and he thinks that BRICS thing with that conglomerate countries, trying to overtake the U.S. using their gold-backed. I don't want to say currency, but it's their. Well, in a way, yeah, it is a currency because they're trying to overtake petrodollar.
Well, that's totally, that's gone. That's totally fucking gone. So the petrodollar, fucking, the agreement that you guys have with Saudi Arabia, fucking, that's literally, it doesn't exist anymore. That's a very fucking. Because it doesn't exist anymore. Fucking the agreement that you guys have with Saudi Arabia about the fucking petrodollar was supposed to be fucking renewed. I think it was back in I think it was June of this year, and they didn't sign a new contract. There's nothing like that. It's done. It's dusted. Right? And
it doesn't
Saudi Arabia is already talking about fucking
What does it?
Well, hang on, hear me out. Saudi Arabia's already talking about fucking selling oil in Chinese yuan, not US dollars.
That's because China wants to buy everything that's subpar.
But the Chinese yuan is backed by the US dollar. That's
because they bought our debt, and also we've had advanced in technologies. So what we have now, which is more productive than liquid oil, like black oil, right? The thing comes out.
I think you guys are sort of missing the point here because China's been stealing shit from countries fucking for like the last 50 years.
Well, China's collapsing.
Hey,
it is. That is
for the past 100 years, bros.
Yeah, be fair.
So
they've been trying to get revenge. They've been trying to get revenge on us with fentanyl and all the other drugs.
So really quick, I don't mean to obfuscate the whole conversation. I really appreciate it, but guys, it's 5:20 in the morning here, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Yo, have a good night, BSR. It was great talking to you as always.
BSR, sleep is for the week. Come on, man. You can do another half hour. Come on, man.
I'm gonna end the stream too, guys.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh. Well, would you look at that? Anyways, as I'm gonna end it here, but it was good talking to you guys. I honestly.
You as well, BSR. Always.
If it was like 1 in the afternoon, like I would absolutely keep talking about this conversation, but unfortunately it's not. It's fucking 5:20 in the morning, so I'm gonna see you.
That's good. Take care, mate. This has been an awesome conversation, eh? Like, I've been really fucking happy about this. I've learned some shit I did not know.
It gets to like real geopolitical stuff. You get like certain people on the
Hey guys, thanks for letting me spur about this.
Oh, Mr. Woolley, you're full of knowledge. Anytime you want to come on, please do. I love talking to you so much.
Shit, yeah.
It's so
this
good.
gave me, you really got me to look at my notes and stuff to help me. I've actually found some stuff I need to find clarification on. So when I put this video series together, 1933.
Yeah.
And how it
Also,
impacts A.
I want to see that second part.
Guys.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
I told you I'm gonna end the stream. So you can say your like final thing, and then I'm gonna go.
Mr. Goulet, look into liquid propane. Yeah, it's a whole new ball game. Thank you.
Fill our propane tank.
it's the big. I'll be honest. It's a way higher value, and we are the Saudi Arabia natural gas. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you, Jess, for having me on panel. Thanks for Mr. Goulet. You're the man. Love talking to you, Charles. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure as always. Shout out to Chat. Shout out to Chat because you're always the best. Also, Mr. Goulet. No, I'm sorry, Charles. Put on some pants. Jess.
No,
you're
it's too hot, and I'm not doing it.
Jess, Jess, you're a sweetheart as always. Thank you so much for having me on panel. I know I'm a son of a bitch, and
Yeah, Base fucks off for a fucking week and then doesn't even say fucking barely anything to me. Fuck you, Base.
I know, right?
Jerk. What jerk? Next time I see him, I'll slap him. I hope all you guys have a great night and a better tomorrow. Have a good one. Thanks again, Jess.
See you guys. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks,
I hope
guys.
you
Thanks,
enjoyed
chat.
yourself.
Thanks, guys.
Sorry I've been so busy today, but
Hey, Jess, no need to apologize. No need to apologize at all. No need.
I hope we meet
Have a good one.
I'll see you guys all next time.
Will do, people. See ya. Over.
What sort of foundation did you take any science classes in school?
Sure, I did the one with the frogs.
The one with frogs.
Yeah, actually it was pretty cool. A lot of the girls threw up, but I gutted that thing like a deer.
I'm sorry, Penny, I don't think so.
Oh, come on, a smart guy like you. It'll be a challenge. We can make it like an experiment.
Interesting. I suppose if someone could do sign language to hook up the gorilla, I could teach you some rudimentary physics.
Great. A little salty, but great. I'll be Coco.
Not likely. Coco don't understand over 2,000 words, not one of which had anything to do with shoes. It's my girlfriend, Renee. My girlfriend.
He doesn't mean salt mines. He means where he works.
Yeah, I know, I got it.
So, how's your experiment going?
Oh, terrific. We're getting the electron accelerator set up. We should be ready to go tomorrow.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
You want me to?
That'd be great. How exciting is that?
Like Hanukkah in July.
Do we have that? We got me again. This is an aspect, River. This is Fatty Fat Fat.
Excuse me? Inviting my girlfriend to come see your electron accelerator? Yeah, so? Wow. You really are a piece of work. But it's not enough. You get the prom queen, you have to get the head of the decorating committee, too? What are you talking about? Play innocent with me. I practically invented using fancy lab equipment to seduce women. Has it ever worked? So far, that's not the point. Relax. I'm not interested in your girlfriend. You don't want to mess with me. I'm crazy. I believe you. Research journal, entry 1. I'm about to embark on one of the great challenges of my scientific career. Teaching Penny physics. I'm calling it Project Gorilla.
Hey, Sheldon.
Come in. Take a seat. Subject has arrived. I've extended a friendly, casual greeting.
Ready to get started?
One moment. Subject appears well rested and enthusiastic. Apparently ignorance is bliss. All right, let us begin. Where's your notebook?
I don't have one.
How are you going to take notes without a notebook?
I have to take notes?
How else are you going to study for the feel threatened by other guys or loud noises causing ones. I now realize how foolish that is. Yeah, panic attack last night got his head stuck in a sweater. It was a full turn. Enlargement of the heart muscle, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious disease which can lead to congestive heart failure.
Really didn't like it, Sheldon?
On the contrary, no, I found the Grinch to be a relatable, engaging character. So I was really with him right up to the point when he succumbed to social convention and returned the presents and saved Christmas. What a buzzkill that was. When we watch Frosty the Snowman, he roots for the sun. Excuse me, but the sun is essential for all life on Earth. Frosty is merely a bit of frozen supernatural ephemera and a stolen hat. A crime, by the way, for which he's never brought to account.
Love decorating a Christmas tree. Makes me feel like a little girl again.
We didn't have a tree when I was growing up.
Really? Why not?
In my family, holidays weren't so much celebrated as studied for their anthropological and psychological implications on human society.
Oh, sounds festive. Did you at least give presents?
In a way, we presented papers. We broke off into focus groups and critiqued each other.
Sheldon, what about you? Did you have a Christmas tree?
Oh, yes. We had a tree, we had a manger, we had an inflatable Santa Claus and plastic reindeer on the front lawn. And to make things even more jolly, there were so many blinking lights on the house that induced neighborhood-wide seizures.
So I take it you want to help us trim the tree?
I do not, but you insist on decorating a spider-infested fire hazard in my home. She hasn't sent me flowers. I heard that. Then what was all that wiggle about? I just don't understand why he knows more about your life than I do. Well, I was saying it's because Sheldon and I stay in touch due to mutual interest and respect while you avoid me due to unresolved childhood issues. It's what we think of as narcissistic personality disorder. We discussed it at length during our last video chat. Although having got onto the subject of you is baffling. Yes, but we are on the subject, so I'm obliged to ask, Leonard, how are you? Fine, Mom. How are you? Menopausal. Now I'm less fine. Have you heard your brother has gotten engaged? No. Sheldon wanted me to tell me. My bad. Thought it's in a gift from both of us. She's a remarkable girl. The youngest appeals court judge in New Jersey and a two-time Olympic bronze medalist. You must be very happy. Why? I'm not marrying her. So how about you? Are you seeing anyone interesting? Well, I'm not sure about interesting, but that's how I'm showing. Very well. Shall we switch topics to Isaac Newton, the Gottfried Leibniz? That's not like Sheldon. I was just pretending that Leonard's not withholding information. Although I will point out, Leonard, that I am a trained psychiatrist, and you are exhibiting the same secretive behavioral tics that accompanied your learning to masturbate. Isn't she brilliant, Leonard? How into you are.
So, Howard, have you and Rajesh finally
Thank you for taking me to the airport. You're very welcome.
movie. Thanks for getting me a limited edition Green Lantern. You have to bring it in with you. What if April strikes and my power ring runs low? Come on, let's get a drink. Power drink. Yeah, well, I do. And when my roommate is carrying a Green Lantern, I drink a lot. I'll have a screwdriver, please. And don't be chintzy with the screw. I would like a real big float. Shannon, they don't have ice cream. They don't. Well, apparently these people adopted for birthday in the definition of common. this conversation or not? The TV is gone. Throw it on the couch. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. All right. They take my comic books. Took our TV, 2 laptops, 4 external hard drives, our PS2, our PS3, our Xbox, our Xbox 360, our classic Nintendo, our Super Nintendo, our Nintendo 64, and our Wii. Right games. Right games that you can go on, you can do Duty 1, Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 3, Rock Band, Rock Band 2, Final Fantasy 1 through 9, The Legend of Zelda, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Galaxy, Mario and Sonic the Winter Olympics, and Miss Pac-Man. Sorry, video games. When does the CSI team get here? What? In anticipation of their arrival, I bagged some evidence. You wanted That's a Shamberg Shih Tzu. Sheesh. If we all checked in, we could show the fan. But he's afraid of dogs. Yeah, that's the only thing wrong with that plan.
Hey, guys, sorry I had to wait. We are swamped. What's this?
The Sheldon took our line.
Sheldon doesn't work here.
Well, honey, not to complain, but we were swapping. I think you didn't either. Is that really necessary? Look. The interference pattern fracture. The motion of the wave for the molecular structure. I've been looking at it all wrong. I can't consider the electrons as particles. They move through the graphene as a wave. It's a wave! The moment to applaud would be now. Troglodytes.
Sheldon, where are you going? Aren't you gonna clean this up?
I'm sorry, I'm working. Sweetie. Listen, I'm gonna go to the hospital. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No, you clean up first. Hello? Julia, I'm glad you finally got a girlfriend, but you have to do all that lovey-dovey stuff in front of those of us who don't? Actually, you might have to. There's an economic concept known as a positional good, in which an object is only valued by the possessor because it's not possessed by others. The term was coined in 1976 by economist Fred Hirsch to replace the more colloquial but less precise nerd. So much for my happiness is not dependent on my best friend being miserable all alone. Thank you. You might have said it was a little bit of hurt. Who's miserable all alone? Me. Oh, I used to be like that. Then I got a girlfriend. In pre-1976 terms, neither. Hey, what are you and Bernadette doing for your first Valentine's Day? Yeah, I'm pulling out all the stops. That's a $39.95 lover special at P.F. Chang's. Egg rolls, dumplings, bottomless walk, and the picture taken on the big marble horse out front. Given that St. Valentine was a 3rd century Roman priest who was stoned and beheaded, wouldn't a more appropriate celebration of the evening be taking one steady gal to witness a brutal murder? I understand your point, but given a choice, Jews always go with Chinese food. If anyone's interested, I'll be spending this Valentine's Day the same way I spend every Valentine's Day. Buying rotisserie chicken from the supermarket, taking it home, standing over the sink, and eating it out of the package in my bare hands like an animal. Okay, so to sum up, one giant marble horse, one asinine comment, one lonely man and his chicken, and let's see who's left. Oh, that's right, my plans! take Benny? I am taking Penny. Oh. Well, then I anticipate an awkward situation when you get home. Which ski hat says Après Super Collider? Sheldon, I'm not taking you to Switzerland. Well, of course you are. Who else would you take? Penny. What? That's absurd. Penny has no interest in subatomic particle research. Yes, but it'll be Valentine's Day. We can go sightseeing and skiing and make love in front of a roaring fire in the shadow of the snow-capped Alps. But Penny has no interest in subatomic particle research. Sorry, Sheldon. Sorry? I've been dreaming about going to the Large Hadron Collider since I was 9 years old. Yeah? I've been dreaming about spending Valentine's Day with a girl since I was 6. Shame on you. That's no dream for a scientist.
Hey, what's the big surprise?
A minute. This tray contains clues as to what you and I are going to be doing on Valentine's Day.
Oh, okay. Let's see. We've got milk chocolate, Swiss cheese, fondue. My lactose intolerant boyfriend is going to eat all this, and I'm going to climb on his back and rocket to the moon.
No. But it does involve air travel. Let me slice this Swiss cheese with my Swiss Army knife, and then you can wash it down with a cup of Swiss instant cocoa.
Okay, I'm starting to think Swiss is key here. We're going to Disneyland and ride the Matterhorn.
How does that involve air traffic?
We're going to Disney World and ride the Matterhorn.
No.
Okay, sweetie, this started out fun, but I'm over it.
We're going to Switzerland to see the CERN Super Collider. And ski, we'll also go skiing.
We're going skiing in Switzerland?
Well, you'll ski out all, but we will be in Switzerland for Valentine's Day.
Oh my god, that's incredible!
Not so fast. You might want to hold off on lighting your Robbie Leach leaf, Penny.
Robbie what leaf?
Robbie Leach leaf, it means turnip light, and refers to a traditional lantern hand-carved from a root vegetable and used to celebrate certain Swiss festivals, which you will not be celebrating because A, these festivals occur in the fall, and B, you will not be going to Switzerland. Sheldon, we've been through this. I'm taking Penny. Afraid not. Do you recognize this? Not the roommate agreement. Indeed. The roommate agreement. I call your attention to the friendship rider in Appendix C, future commitments number 37. And even if one friend is ever invited to visit the Large Hadron Collider, now under construction in Switzerland, he shall invite the other friend to accompany him. For God's sake.
You actually put that in an agreement?
Yeah, we also put in what happens we can match the individual to the appropriate destination.
Okay, show's over.
No, it's not. I've got 5 more slides.
Sean, this is Leonard's decision. He invited me to Switzerland, and I intend to go.
Enjoy yourself. You want to be in that roots is something that I've dreamed of sitting with for decades. So I will be able to appreciate the magnitude of where you are. What it represents.
I'll talk to Leonard.
You will.
Yes, means that much to you. You should go.
Since I rarely help, I'm relying on your expertise regarding duration. I think we're all probably. You know what? Even though I don't have a girlfriend, I can still have a good time on Valentine's Day. Trust me, you can't. I've tried. No. I'm gonna have a me day. First, I'm gonna go to one of those spas in Koreatown. Take a steam, get a massage. Then I'm gonna stop at a pet store and get licked by puppies. Shelton, I need to talk to you. All right, my friend. Would you like some Hilaire mousse? What? Hilaire mousse. It's a traditional Swiss breakfast dish. I'm preparing my gastrointestinal system for the exotic cuisine of Switzerland. You're not going to Switzerland. No, but I am. Didn't Penny tell you the good news? She told me that you went behind my back to get her to let you go instead of her. Yes, that's good news. Well, forget it. I was the one who was invited. I get to decide who goes with me, and it's Penny, not you. How did you know the last short PowerPoint presentation? I don't need to see your presentation. This discussion is over. What a somewhat ambiguous response. Am I going or not? Sheldon, at this point, I would go by myself before I would take you. Really? Yeah, really. Okay. You leave me no alternative. From this moment forward, we can be roommates, but we will no longer be friends. I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't think you're fully aware of the ramifications here, Leonard. Why don't you like me? With the friendship clause, you are ruling agreement nullified. You are no longer entitled to accompany me to swimming with Bill Gates. How should I be invited? Just that this time tomorrow we'll be in Geneva, Switzerland for our first Valentine's Day.
I know. And it should be a special
Thermal? Because it's gonna be cold.
I'll get food, Leonard.
Gesundheit. Or as they say in Switzerland, Gesundheit. Getting a cold?
No, it's probably just allergies.
You on the allergy pill? Because I have them all. Prescription, non-prescription, foreign, domestic, experimental.
Do any of them work?
Not really. I'm just an enthusiast. complaining that the flags in front of the courthouse are flying in the wrong order, from left to right, first from federal, state, and then city of Pasadena.
I'm sorry, you sent more than one letter about that?
It bothers me. No, this is a summons. A summons for what? Looks like you ran a red light on Marengo Avenue at 9:30 p.m. on November 16th. Terrific, camera, nice picture. November 16th? Henry, that's the evening you fell in your bathtub and I had to drive you to the emergency room. Yes, it is. Penny, I have an eidetic memory. sad is that you don't know Adam West was Keaton's Batman. Foxhead with no body. my gradient, I'm discouraged that she's not allowed to occupy Belgium and attack. How am I looking now? respect, I don't think Brian will help. No, I have not heard the song Jesus Take the Wheel. No, you don't need to start singing that. It's a lot on the We think we can help you with your stage fright. Oh, I doubt that. I haven't figured out a way. I'm not smart than all of you.
Yes, but you're not smarter than all of us put together.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is what I meant.
Your problem is you're trying to do this all by yourself.
We can help you. We can be your team, like Professor Xavier and his X-Men. I do like the X-Men.
Did I see X-Men?
Yeah, we watched it last week. You said you liked it.
Oh, I see a lot of things. So, how about it, Sheldon?
I don't know. If you're my X-Men, what are your powers?
Okay, well, I'm gonna
Yeah, that's when I buy shoes.